the agenda and the notice.
Just press it.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you are able, stand. If you are unable, God accepts us just as we are. Let us pray. Eternal and heavenly Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we are here before you this morning, full of gratitude and thanking you, not just for the journey mercies here, but for the day already spent and the day that we are starting today. Lord, as we start our special AGM, we want to pray that your Holy Spirit will descend upon us and guide all our deliberations, and that nothing in this gathering will deviate from the spirit of the group, which is for growth and not for regression. We want to pray for the growth of the keg. We want to pray for the challenges that we face as media people, knowing that you, God, are in charge and superintends our lives. Therefore, Lord, as we start, we also ask for your special blessings upon our leadership, guided by the President, Mr. Churchill Otieno, our CEO, Ms. Rosalia Omungo, and all the executive team. And of course, dear Lord, without the membership, there is no leadership. Therefore, we also pray for your blessings upon us, because we ask all this in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Dorothy. Members, good morning once more. I'd like to call upon the Secretary to read the notice for this meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This notice went out on October 25th, 2022 to all members. Pardon? Okay. On October 25th, can you hear now? The notice went out to members. It reads, to all members of the Kenya Editors Guild, notice of special general meeting, hybrid event. Pursuant to Article 8(4) of the KEG Constitution, special meetings of the Guild shall be held on call of the President, confirmed by the Executive Council. The Executive Council, meeting on October 22nd, 2022, resolved to hold a special AGM to transact business as stated below. Take notice, therefore, that the special general meeting, SGM, of the Kenya Editors Guild shall be convened on Saturday, December 3rd, 2022 at 8 a.m. both online and in Diani, review and adopt the constitutional amendments as proposed by members. Yours faithfully, Rosalia Omungo, Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, that was a notice that convened this meeting. I want to believe today is the said December 3rd. I also want to invite the Secretary to confirm that we indeed have a quorum to be able to conduct business as required by our Constitution.
All right. So we have 51 members registered in this meeting, and it's a hybrid meeting. We also have another 32 online. Therefore, we have quorum for the meeting as stipulated in the Constitution. Thank you.
Could we have concurrence from a member or two by raise of hands that indeed there's a quorum in this meeting? Just raise your hand, we'll take note. Okay, there's Topista and Dorcas. Thank you. With that so established, we proceed straight to the agenda as read out. And given that this agenda was owned by a special committee, I'd like to call. Thereafter, we'll then agree how to proceed. So Ruth Nesoba, kindly, if you could just come to the podium here and take the meeting briefly through the process that has produced this draft. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Thank you, Mr. President, for calling me here to let members know what we went through as a committee, but also the constitutional review journey of the Kenya Editors Guild. The idea was first conceived at the first convention of the Kenya Editors Guild at the Kempinski meeting. Many of you who were there can recall that, and it came from the members. So it has been an ongoing process and a journey, and there are proposals, there are ideas and views that were shared with the CEO, Madam Rosalia Omongo. She's been collecting them over the years, and last year, after our elections in April, the president formed a special committee of the Kenya Editors Guild. It comprised myself, Professor George Nyabuga, who is here with us, and Jay Bonyo as members of the Executive Council. Then a call of expression of interest was sent out to members to express their interest in serving on the committee. And it was put out for a period of about a month. And in that period, 2 members of the Kenya Editors Guild expressed their interest. And they were our colleague, Ken Bosire, here with us today, and Hassan Kulundu, who is not with us here, but he's traveling to Western Kenya. He sends his apologies, but he said at some point he may try to join. Jay is also not here with us, but he sent his apologies. So that committee had 5 members. So we have had discussions over a period of time. We met twice last year, and I think 3 times this year. Correct me if I'm looking for Professor Nyabuga. Yes, so we have had several meetings with the proposals that came from members, which were conveyed to us by the executive, the CEO, Rosalia. And we went through all that. It was a rigorous process, discussions, ongoing consultations, and back and forth with the EC, and we kept updating them on the progress. So the content of that document came from members mostly, and a few others as we sat as a committee, especially on the controversial one, if I may speak, the term limit one came out of the discussions that we had, and also looking at the health of the Kenya Editors Guild. So that is the journey that we have made. We completed that process in, I don't have the dates exactly, and we submitted the document for members to engage with it, to go through the contents and give us their feedback. The feedback which we received very well and is contained in the views that Rosalia collected. So we also had an engagement a few weeks ago with members, and all your opinions and concerns were taken on board at that meeting. So that is where we are at with that initiative, And today we have sat here today, honorable members, to look at the contents of that document as reviewed and as amended with the thoughts that came out of the last meeting we had. So that's what we're doing here. And there are proposals that we either go through it clause by clause or as an entire document. It will come from you. And this is your document. You're members of the Kenya Editors Guild. The Kenya Editors Guild belongs to you. Speak up, speak out, be heard. There are members who are here who we have had engagements with, discussions with. Graham Kira, one of them, and he also gave us a bit of history why they came up with the document, the constitution. They're the ones who sat and drafted that. So I would like to hear from those members too. So don't keep quiet. I think it's an opportunity for you to say what it is. If we must throw it out, we can do it. It's not like, a to do or die situation, but it is for the posterity of this keg. And as our sister Dorothy prayed, that we continue to stay together and to grow keg to greater heights. Asante. Over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I'll invite Prof. and Ken to just quickly also step forward and share in a word or two the experience with that process.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning once again, honorable members. I should say that, as we looked through the Constitution and all the views that were shared, either during the, when we were sitting down as a committee, or when we listened to all the members that, shared their views on, the changes that we introduced. I think it became very clear that, we need a revised document to reflect the current realities, but also that we need to listen to members so that, at the end of the day, all the concerns are addressed, so that the document that we're going to put forward will serve members, will serve the guild for many years to come. And as Ruth has said, this is your guild. There are no any interests that the committee had or that the executive had. So this is a transparent process. This is a participatory process, and we want to be as inclusive as possible. And I think that is part of Kenya's constitution, but also something that we want, a culture that we want to develop, because at the end of the day, we must always listen to each other. And yeah, so here we are. Of course, I'm not sure how much time we will have, given the fact that we're supposed to have this meeting between 8:30 and 9:30. But nonetheless, I think this is an important document that we must interrogate and, decide whether we want to maintain the status quo or whether we want to change the constitution. So, welcome once again, members to this forum, and we hope that you'll actively participate in this session. So thank you. Ken?
Good morning, members. Good morning. Yes, I just wanted to say that what informed the whole process of constitution change and review is the fact that we wanted more stability and more progress in a future strengthened and more progressive guild. The guild has a rich history, and true to what it is, that it must remain relevant. And we are building whatever the discussions that came through and the suggestions and proposals that came through from members. It was all meant in that spirit of goodwill and engagement. And this is what guides us as editors. And for me, for us, as we met in that committee, we looked at back what KEG is. Despite its challenges, sometimes we've had our high moments and low moments. We still are the people who guide how to get the constitution and make our guild stronger. So it is ownership, and whatever we do, whatever we decide, it's really the membership. And like we mentioned, there are proposals that came from you, and this is the opportunity for us to engage and see what we need and what works for us. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Prof. and Ken. The guys at the technical desk, I'm seeing concerns around sound, audio to those who are attending virtually. If someone could kindly but urgently attend to that. The other person I would have wanted to give a chance to share comments is our VP, Zubeida Kananu, but unfortunately she wasn't able to join, and as we all know, she lost her mom, and they're sending her off today. So our love and hearts are with her. I want to believe that she shares in what we are doing here now. Thank you. So members, today is your meeting. The Executive Council's role is purely facilitative to make sure that members' voice is heard loud and clear. So with that said, I'd like us to go straight to the business. We have a draft which is 15 pages. Some of those pages are untouched, but others are, with lots of suggestions on what should be amended. So we need to agree how to proceed. The first key question is a question highlighted by Ruth Nesoba, which is, do we do an omnibus, as they call it, which means you take one vote for the entire draft, or do we go clause by clause? Members, the first decision we need to make is whether to vote on the document as a whole or to vote on it clause by clause. I want to allow maybe 3 or 4 interventions, then we'll put that to a vote, and the decision that is so taken is how we shall proceed. So I have Francis Openda. Anybody else? I can see that's Kirwa, Graham Kirwa, second person. Those online, we are taking comments on whether to vote on the document as a whole or take clause by clause. And we are taking some comments, so if you'd like to speak on that issue, kindly raise your hand. So far we have 2 people. I have 2 more seats to give. Anybody else would like to speak to this? There's Professor Nyanoti. Anybody online would like to comment on whether we vote as an omnibus or we go clause by clause? I have 1 last seat to give on this. Okay, meanwhile, let's have Francis, Graham, and Professor Nyanoti.
Morning, members. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity. I'll go straight, and for me personally, I would suggest that we go clause by clause. Reason? It gives you an opportunity to scrutinize all the changes you want to make in the Constitution. At times when you decide to vote omnibus, where you adopt the document as it is, you find yourself at the risk of bringing in bad law or throwing out good law in that one whole bucket. And we've seen this with our legislation in Parliament. At times you'll find that it's only later on when you reflect after passing a law as an omnibus that you find that there are some things in retrospect which should not have been part of the law. So I suggest that we go the clause by clause way. Otherwise we'll throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Thank you, Francis. We move to Graham.
Morning, members. I think I'll support what Opend has stated. We'll have to adopt best practices and amend this thing clause by clause. Reasons, there could be a clause one is agreeing with and is rejecting the other. So if we go the omnibus way, we have a risk of maybe losing the good or gaining the bad. And again, going clause by clause will even make members understand the constitution better and reflect more on it for future enrichment. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Professor Nyanoti.
Good morning. Now, of course, it makes a lot of sense to go clause by clause. And the only fear I have, is there any fear that if we go clause by clause, we will stay here until 2 p.m., which means people will be rushed into say, let's vote omnibus. But I don't think from the debate that arose from the Zoom meeting, it is only fair that we debate clause by clause because some of them are even typos. So, clause by clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I have a couple of comments. Actually, just one comment from the team joining virtually. That's from member Stanley Wabomba. And he proposes that we vote clause by clause. He hasn't given a reason, but that's his proposal. I also have a hand, Mary Daraja. Mary, if you could kindly open your mic and share your views. Thank you. Just hold on, Mary. Are we able to get Mary's audio into the meeting? Yes. Just hold on. Okay, proceed, Mary. Mary, please proceed.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My proposal is for us to vote clause by clause because of the issues that came up when the proposed amendments were shared. So it will be better for us. I think I'm getting an echo from my side. Are you getting? Sorry?
We can get you. Please proceed. Thank you very much, members. I think I'll now put the question, and we can quickly, maybe by show of hands, and even those online, you can raise your hands. The first lot whose hands I'd like to see are those who'd like us to vote close by close. I would request Shimo, Wanyama, and Topista to help me count those hands. If you're online and you'd like us to proceed close by close, kindly raise your hand. If you're online and you'd like us to proceed close by close, kindly raise your hand. Keep the hands up so that the IEBC can take notice. And please make sure you don't vote twice. We don't want rejected votes. We'll only count raised hands. Are we good? Huh? Okay. Could I get the results?
We have 43 here.
Okay, 43 attending in person, and I see 9 on the virtual platform. So 43 plus 9. Okay, thank you very much. We now move to the second option, which is omnibus. So if you prefer omnibus, kindly raise your hand. If you prefer omnibus, kindly raise your hand. The same goes for those attending virtually. Raise your hand if you'd like us to go omnibus. Okay, do we have the results? How many? As many as one attending in person and 1 attending virtually. Thank you. So members, that gives us 52 against 2. And the decision is made. We go close by close. Thank you. I want to believe we all have the document because we are going to move through this fairly quickly. I'll go article by article and we'll then vote on it in the manner that we've done with that previous decision, except where we feel we need to allow a bit more discussion. But the assumption was that we did have a session, I think 2 weeks ago, where members were able to delve into the details. But there's no harm where we feel an issue needs a bit more discussion. A member can just move that motion and we'll do that. First, we have the preamble. I see that there's no change in the preamble. So we'll then move on to Article 1, which is the name. There's no change in the name. Then we go to Article 2. And there is an introduction there that says the Kenya Editors Guild is a non-political, non-profit making, not partisan membership organization registered under the Registrar of Societies. Members, do we have support for that Article 2 to be included in our constitution? If we do, those who support, let's see your hands. And the counters, kindly be on your feet and help us do this. And those online, kindly raise your hand if you are in support of Article 2. The Kenya Editors Guild is a non-political, non-profit making, not partisan membership organization registered under the Registrar of Societies. If you support that statement be in our constitution, please raise your hand. Let's take the substance. Let's take the substance. So those in support, kindly show your hand. Online, if you're in support of that statement, raise your hand. How many? How many? 45. 45 voted for it in person and 6 voted for it virtually. That makes 51. 51 are supporting. For the record, those who are not supporting, kindly raise your hands. For the record, those who are not supporting, kindly raise your hands. There's one at the back. For the record, those who are not supporting, kindly raise your hands. Okay, there's one in person and one attending virtually. So record those two. So the motion is carried. That statement is included. We move to Article 3. Amendment coming after the vote. Please come to the mic. Please come to the mic. Come to the mic, please. No. Juma, please, come to the mic. No. Juma, please approach the mic and share clearly what you're contributing.
No, it's just a concern, and I was saying, just in case, later somebody may choose to drag us through the courts. If the quorum is supposed to be 74, and then you find that those who are voting for and those who are voting against, you aggregate the number and doesn't get anywhere close to even 70. What happens?
Sorry, what do you mean?
If you add the numbers of those who are voting for and those who are voting against, it doesn't get anywhere close to the number required for quorum.
But we already have quorum. Okay, but yeah.
Thank you. So I believe that there is a vote, and there are those who have voted either way. So those who didn't vote, I think they have abstained. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That now there is the quorum is still there. Actually, we're saying that the quorum is there because you wouldn't want force someone to vote either way. So they have chosen not to vote. So that's what I'm saying. Even if they didn't take the vote, the number that are not from the other side, they have abstained. Unless they have taken a vote.
Thank you. There's another hand behind them.
Thank you. I think the quorum should be when we start the meeting, which we confirm the quorum. So we assume that by the time we're taking the vote, everybody was in the room, and if somebody steps out, then it means either they have abstained or they didn't want to take a vote, but we count it.
Two final comments, one there, then one here.
Just to seal the loophole that Juma has seen, for recording purposes, once you've added those who have voted for, those who have voted against, kindly indicate abstentions. That way you are safe. They didn't vote and they can't be forced, so just record it down for, it's a safety valve.
Martin?
Mr. President, I think I need to red flag an issue coming up. That there are people here seated with us who are also online. So the danger of double counting. So let it be so clear that if you sit here, please exit online. Thank you.
Thank you. Please kindly do that immediately. Except for those supporting our conversations, a member should either be online or in person, not in both places.
Yeah.
Final comment, Professor?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between abstention and not voting. So somebody votes to abstain, but then there's somebody who doesn't vote. So he neither supported, opposed, or abstained.
And Prof, how do you propose we resolve that?
The abstentions vote to abstain. And then there are those who
President, abstention is actually a vote. You vote and say, I abstain. So maybe that's the only way of recording, because what we are doing now is making an assumption that they abstained. So we are imposing a vote on them. So if people are abstaining, let them vote and say, I am abstaining on this one. Yes. Then they are not voting. Then that's a different thing. It's not it's the same as abstention. Yeah.
All right. Lots of legal manenos. So how do we proceed? Just hold on, Francis. Hold on. Francis, please say again. Oops. Please give Francis the floor. Technical desk. Francis was on the floor. Can you patch his audio through?
Okay, I was saying that
Um, I'm looking for wise men and women to help me make a decision on moving forward. All the wise men and women are not looking at me. Sorry? Members, I think the critical thing is whether there is support for a clause or support in removing a clause. So, in the interest of convenience and progress, as long as we've presented an opportunity to members to take a view, I want to believe then it's left to those members to then step forward and take a view one way or the other. And therefore, it might be prudent then to just take the clauses and have them win or lose based on those who step forward to vote. Is that agreeable? I see a hand. See a hand there and one behind. Maybe I take those, then we make a decision and progress. Can the mic please move there?
Okay, thank you, President. I think maybe as we look at our way to wiggle out of this, the question should be, do we have a threshold for taking the vote? Because I think the issue here was, do we have the threshold to start the meeting? After that, expressly in our constitution, do we have a threshold number to take a vote? If not, then let us go with a simple majority.
I'll invite the secretary to guide on that.
Mr. President, I'm not one of those wise men you are looking for, but I'm in support of your stand on this, that we take the vote, because after all, the issue of quorum had been sorted. So you vote either way and we move on. Otherwise, we risk debating this thing until the cows come home. Thank you.
Who was next?
Okay, could the secretary confirm whether we have a threshold for voting? The current constitution says the following at Article 11, which is on amendments. 1. This constitution may be amended or altered by 1/3 of registered members, provided notice of the proposed change shall have been received by the secretary 21 days prior to the meeting. Then 2. All proposed amendments shall first receive the approval of the Executive Council. Thus, the law as it obtains currently. So I guess we have a question as to how to interpret may be amended or altered by 1/3 of registered members. Does that mean a clause must get 1/3 of members supporting it? Or does it mean once we are seated here as 1/3, then we go via simple majority? Any wise men, clever people? Please give Graham the mic.
Hello? I think we must understand how this 1/3 was arrived at, because I was part of that committee then. By 1/3, I think, Mr. President, we were less than 100 members then. So it makes a very big challenge now. When we drafted that constitution, I think our membership was ranging at around 75 members. So now, how do we translate that 1/3 now at this obtaining scenario? Because it was a requirement that it can only be altered by 1/3 members present.
Can I add my wisdom too? I thought, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is 1/3. And so if you were, say, 5 at some point, the 1/3 was maybe 2. So now if you increase to 30, the 1/3 will automatically go to 10. I thought that should be their philosophy, isn't it? No, but
Thank you for the wisdom. I think finally there's a popular motion for the only lawyer in the House to add his voice there. Could the said lawyer be given a mic, Prof?
Thank you, President. I think what we're trying to cure is what Emmanuel Juma raised. How does the quorum question progress? Does it start and end with the registration of attendance, or does it also inform the voting? I think that's where the question is. Because, of course, he's looking at a very potential loophole there, where somebody will say, but you guys did not really have quorum. Here are the votes. And the vote, every time it's counted, falls short of the quorum. This makes it very, very important to record all the 4 categories of the vote. And that's what I'm proposing that we do. Category 1 is voting yes. Category 2 is voting no. Category 3 is voting I abstain. Indicate that you are not voting either way on this issue. And category 4 now is where our assumptions go. The initial assumptions that people maybe they're not interested in voting. So if we take that route, we'll have recorded everybody who is present in this meeting, and we'll have addressed the quorum issue through and through. Nobody will challenge us down the line and say, but you amended the constitution without taking care of the quorum. Thank you. So let's do the 4.
Fair enough. That allows us to progress, members.
And I quite concur, but I'm also asking myself, when we began this meeting, we agreed that we have the quorum. How then will you cure a situation where someone just goes away and doesn't participate, such that when the vote is taken, at least we had the quorum when we began, but the quorum, dies away?
Thank you. I'll take the final comment on that, then we take a decision and progress.
Martin Masai, your concern has been very well addressed. The figures will add up. The quorum when it started was 70? 74. So the figures will constantly add up. Yes, no, abstention, no vote. It will be constant at 74. Yeah, so it addresses the issue of quorum completely.
Thank you. And that's my decision on that matter. We record yes, no, and abstentions. And the rest we assume that they are not responsive. Yeah, that is a decision of the chair. And for that then to hold, we go back to Article 2 and formally record abstentions for Article 2. We have the yeses, which is 52, and the nays, which is 2. Now we need to record the abstentions. Any member, not partisan membership organization registered under the Registrar of Societies. Going once. Any abstentions? Twice. 0 abstentions. Thank you. So shall we proceed then? Members? Sorry? Okay, then we move to Article 3. Diversity statement. It reads thus: KEG does not discriminate on the basis of gender or sex, sexual orientation, religion, race, ideology, age, disability, ethnicity, political belief, language, culture, or any other forms of identity for members to subscribe to. Those who support this clause, kindly raise your hands. Mike? Do we have a copy of the draft?
Let me repeat for President. Maybe the President is not loud enough. This is Article 3 on diversity statement, and this is what it says. KEG does not discriminate on the basis of gender or sex, sexual orientation, religion, race, ideology, age, disability, ethnicity, political belief, language, culture, or any other forms of identity for members to subscribe to.
So if you're supporting that clause, please raise your hand. And watu wa kuhesabu tafadhali. And if you're online, please raise your hand if you're supporting Article 3 as read out. Can somebody make me a host so that I can see the numbers?
Yeah?
33, eh?
I thought there are more. Can we please raise your hands again? Yeah? Yes.
Msikize. Give me the mic to skip. Kuja hapa.
Thank you, President. I think from what is arising, I think maybe it's an oversight from the beginning, that maybe we did not discuss the rules of what we are transacting here. And I think what is coming out that, one, we didn't discuss if members can be allowed to move an amendment here. Then two, if members can make comments other than just voting yes or no. So but I think we can discuss and agree on the way forward on the rules. So if members will be allowed to move amendment, because sometimes something could be good, but maybe there's one thing that probably some members are not comfortable with. If members can be allowed to amend that, then we vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. I think we made it clear that where members feel they want to weigh in, it's open. Yeah. There's a member who wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to weigh in on this, and I think the diversity statement, the spirit of the diversity statement can be captured in Article 2 by just indicating that this is a non-discriminatory membership organization, and then that sort of, gets rid of Article 3. That's my proposal.
Thank you.
You second?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to second the proposal by Professor Buka.
There's a member virtually who is trying to speak. Francis Mutegi is on the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I was saying, now that there's room to contribute to reasons for voting more, I can take you back to Article 2. The reason I voted no was because I was concerned that we focused on politics, partisanship, and profit-making or not, but did not say, are we religious on religious organization? Because now that will tie again to the diversity statement. So I was just wondering, do we need to make that addition of our orientation in even our own constitution as that kind of guidance? Thank you.
Nangambugo, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would want to second the proposal made by Professor Buka that we combine some of the elements in Section 3 to become part of Section 2. We have something that is short and concise.
I'll allow last two comments on this, then we must proceed. SG and my friend there, I can't quite see.
Thank you, President. I also support the amendment by Professor Buka, because if you're talking about discrimination, there are so many areas. Unless you also want to add that KEG will not discriminate someone on account of health. There are so many of them. So I think non-discriminatory, I think it's enough to take care of all other forms of discrimination.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see you are doubting if I'm a member. Yes, I am. My name is Godfrey Ombogo. Oh, okay. I work at the Standard. I think I want to just support what SG has said, only as he said it before I did, that just the one non-discriminatory takes care of all this. Religious, sex, and everything else. I think that's all we need to add.
Thank you. So that invites a new vote, which is to collapse Article 2 and 3 in the draft by introducing the words non-discriminatory just before non-political and deleting the entirety of the diversity statement. So those who support, kindly raise your hands. Those who support, kindly raise your hands. Watu wa online, tafadhali, if you support the merging of those two in that manner, kindly raise your hands. And counters help us move a lot faster. So there are 43 on the floor and 9 virtually. 10 virtually. 43 on the floor, 10 virtually. If you don't support, kindly raise your hand. If you don't support that improvement as stated, kindly raise your hand. If you don't support, kindly raise your hand. What were online, raise your hand if you are not supporting. Counters. If you don't support, please raise your hand so that you can be counted. So how many do we have? So we have 3 on the floor and 1 virtually. You've recorded that? If you'd wish to abstain, on that vote, what were online, if you wish to abstain, abstention 0. So the motion is carried. Article 2 and 3 merged in that manner. Thank you. We move to the objectives, and we have amendments in Objective 3, Objective 4, and Objective 8. I'm sure and I hope we are all looking at the draft, so that for Objective 3, it initially read to monitor legislation on matters affecting the news media either directly or indirectly, and to make appropriate representations to Parliament, assemblies, and other organizations and authorities at all levels of government and public life. The words policies, decisions, activities, actions are being introduced, and assemblies is being amended so that it's not just generally any assembly, but specifically only county assemblies. Anybody would like to weigh in one way or the other on these 3 amendments and objectives? If you feel you want something explained, or you have new knowledge, or some views that you feel should be taken into account, this is your chance before we vote on it. Nganga Mbogwa, then Dorothy. And Tanui. Kama Mike Kumbali, you can step forward. Nganga, jana you kona kimbia sana kwa beach. You can just run here and speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to propose that we adopt all the changes made to the objectives in one vote.
Thank you. Dorothy?
Mr. Chairman, there are just whispers on my sides for clarification on the collapsing. Is it adding this article on diversity to be part of Article 2, or what exactly is it about Article 2 and Article 3? I think there's almost like a lack of clarity.
But we already voted.
No, I mean, what does it read now?
Okay, after this vote, I can go back and read it for you. Fair enough?
But will in that be now a fait accompli?
Yes, because it's already sealed. We took a vote, and the changes happened. Right here, right now, with all of us in observance,
Okay, then
But for
read
now, in the
and we
midst of
hear.
another vote, we can close this, and if we need to open that, we members can decide.
Because what I understood is different from what my partners understood. And so I think if there's a room of doubt, we are in a forum where we can still sort it out. It shouldn't be a difficulty.
Fair
Procedure
enough.
or no procedure.
Yes. Fair enough. That's what I'm saying. We're in the middle of another objective altogether. So we close this neatly, then we can reopen that if members so feel. Is that okay, members?
President, you already explained what exactly it means. It's very simple, Dorothy. We are taking the word non-discriminatory and building it into Article 2. So Article 2 will now read, the Kenya Editors Guild is a non-discriminatory, non-political. There's non-profit making, but we propose that remove the making. So we say non-profit and non-partisan membership organization. So non-discrimination has been taken to, yeah.
Okay. Tanui?
Thanks, Mr. President. Just based on what Dorothy is saying, just a bypassing. I think we are a very open society in terms of the groups that we liaise with, the donor community, the Western world. So you'll be required at some point, whether we like it or not, to make a declaration on that issue of sexual orientation. So we have to have a way of going around it. I know the policy here is you cringe when you think about it. Don't ask, don't tell, like the US Navy. But still, it's something that we need to bear in mind as people who go out. But on this point number 3 on objectives, I think we just go strike out on matters because it is affecting. So actions affecting. So we just strike the word on matters, letter, for coherence and ease of understanding. And I support. Thank you.
Sorry, Tanui. Which Roman?
Roman 3. So to monitor legislation, policies, decisions, activities, and actions affecting the news media. You don't need on matters affect.
Okay.
Yeah, on matters. Let's just
Editors,
remove.
okay.
Yeah, you just go straight to
Thank
the
you.
part of impacting. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I will now put the question. Those who support the amendments and objectives as shown in Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 8. Those who support, kindly raise your hands. Raise your hands. Those online also, kindly raise your hand if you support the changes and objectives. Specifically, those changes are in Roman 3, Roman 4, and Roman 8. Have we taken the count? 38. So 38 in person, 13 virtually. Thank you. Those who do not support, those who would like to vote nay on those changes, kindly raise your hands. Those who do not support, kindly raise your hands. Counters? Sorry, how many? Counters, how many are they? The counters declaring 0. Online is 1. Okay, then those who would like to abstain on this motion, kindly raise your hands. Those who would like to abstain. Counters, do you see any abstainers? 0 on the floor, 0 virtually. The motion is carried. We go to Article 5 as it appears in the draft. Article 5 has quite a number of clauses. The amendment is at clause B by introducing media and journalism. Clause C, that word matters is back there. Clause D, to advise on and help improve the education and training and capacity and welfare of editors. Clause H, goods and services. Clause I, objectives. Clause M, and in compliance with the Kenyan law. Clause N, subject to the guild's ethical considerations. Clause S, to enter into contracts. The language there is a bit interesting. Clause T, to partner. I open for any interventions on the meaning and stability of these changes before we proceed to a vote. So Professor Nyanoti, then SG, then Professor Buka, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just B, I think I propose we change journalism to journalists so that we affecting matters, affecting media and journalists, whom I'm sure includes editors. Thank you.
I'll seek to move an amendment on D and replace editors, the last word editors, with members. So we are very specific of because this is a membership-based organization. You can't just leave it open like that.
Thank you. Professor Buko? It's covered. So, 2 editorial changes there. Under B, instead of journalism, we have journalists. And under D, instead of editors, we have members. Can we do it to Compigo? We see whether those have support so that we change that in the text before voting. If you are for changing those texts, let's quickly show by raising our hands. Sorry? We are voting to make those changes as proposed by Eric and Nyanoti. Then we now vote to accept or reject. We can have. Oh. I'm told that Kwampigo is not advisable, so we first vote for the amendment in B. That instead of journalism, we say journalists. Those who support, kindly, your hands. Mkono juu. How many? 38. 38 plus 4 online. 39 plus 5 online, actually. Those who do not support. Going once, going twice. Those who do not support, gone. 2 in person, 1 online. Counters, mujipange vizuri so that we are not getting mixed up. Maybe you can portion out the floor. Yeah, you portion out the floor so that we move a lot quicker. So how many are there? Okay, 4 in person, 2 virtually. Abstentions? One abstention. Sorry? You should have asked to stock when the proposal was put on the floor. Now we are voting. Yes. So the change is made. It's now journalists. Under D, members instead of editors. Those who are supporting, your hands up, please. Those who are supporting, your hands up, please. Counters? Counters, how many are there? How many? 35 plus 12. Okay. Those who are against that change, your hands, please. Those who are against that change, 0 in person, 0 online. Those who are abstaining, 1 in person, 0 online. The motion is carried. So those changes are taken. So D now reads members instead of editors. Okay. So we've done the amendments. We now vote for the entire article as now drafted. Could I get
No, they don't qualify. They don't qualify. You have producers who are not journalists. So why can't we open it to media practitioners? Yeah. Rather than limiting it to only journalists who are writers.
Are they part of media? And the clause reads media and journalists.
I have the mic.
Could we read the full clause? But let's have Professor Booker intervene.
Yeah. I would. My proposal is that we leave it as is because journalists operate within journalism. And if we then if we change that to just read journalists, there could be legislative processes that affect journalism, but not journalists, or vice versa. I would propose that we leave it as journalism because then that assumes that journalists are part of that ecosystem.
But we leave it as
media and journalism as is.
So we walk back on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Any other views? There's a hand there.
Thank you. I want to speak to point S, before we take a vote, because we may overlook it, but there's a problem. It reads to enter into contracts for employment. So I think we need to also edit that before we take a vote. As for journalism and journalists, I agree on the word journalism.
Okay, I think there should be no contest there. Yeah. Nganga?
Mr. President, I think Section B should be read together with the new Section D, because when we say the welfare of members, it takes interest of scholars and other people who are not directly journalists. But when you say journalists, if you get accreditation from MCK, you qualify under journalists. So I don't see the need for us to reopen B, because Section D takes care of everyone else.
So I need to get this right. Am I being invited to reopen the amendment that we just closed? Is that the invitation? Okay, so we take that vote again. On B, journalism versus journalists. Yeah. But there was also the proposal to include media practitioners. I want to invite Ruth or Professor Nyabuga as the authors of this constitution, because they have better skills in synthesizing these members' views than I have, to give us the way forward.
I think there was a lot of wisdom that went into this, and that's why we just want to retain media and journalism as opposed to media practitioners. Remember the conversations that we've had around DJs, because those are media practitioners, isn't it? But are they really journalists, if you may? But they work in the field of media and journalism. So I propose that we retain what is in this current document: media and journalism.
Okay, I'll put this to a vote. A fresh vote for B. That this draft as is in the document currently be retained. That's the motion. That we undo the previous amendment we had done here, and we keep the text as provided by the drafters. If you support, kindly raise your hand. Online, you can raise your hand too. If you support Article 5B as it is in the text. How many? SG, you've disowned your... I hope you're all voting freely and nobody is being sat on or threatened. Okay, 37 in person and 8 virtually. If you don't support, please raise your hand. Those who don't support and would like that be opened and revised, kindly raise your hand. 0 on the floor, 0 virtually. Okay, so this B remains as it is in the document. And therefore now we vote for the entire article, Article 5. Oh, those who are abstaining, let's see you. Those who are abstaining, 2 on the floor, 0 online. Thank you. Aya. I now put the entire article as drafted with D amended to delete editors and include members. Those in support, kindly raise your hands. Article 5, those in support, kindly raise your hands. Counters? Nyosha kabisa. How many? Raise your hands, please, so that the counters have an easier time to. 35 in person, 11 online. Those who don't support, here's your chance. Raise your hands. Those who don't support those amendments under 5. Sorry? Yes. No, but we're taking the numbers as in the draft.
We'll change the numbering.
Yeah. Yes. So those who don't support Article 5, that is A to V, please raise your hands. How many? There's 1 in person, 0 virtually. Those who wish to abstain from voting for Article 5, which is on powers. Article 5 is on powers. Those who wish to abstain, raise your hands. 0 in person, 0 virtually. Thank you very much. The motion is carried. We now move to Article 6 on membership. And membership has various subsections. 1 on ordinary members, 2 on honorary members. There's a new 3 associate members. There is subscription fees. Yes. So here's a moment for members to weigh in one way or the other on the specifics of these amendments before we put it to a vote. So we have a chance for those who wish to propose amendments on the floor to do so. I see Graham's hand is up. Anybody else would like to weigh in on this article? Okay, Graham, you have the floor. Wait for the mic, please.
I'm saying I'm moving an amendment to return the subscription fee of 5,000. And my reasons are, you must be willing to take part in affairs of the society. And the only way is by financing it yearly. It can be a one-off membership, please. So my plea is we return that fee of 5,000 annually.
I suspect that maybe a bit of clarification needs to be given so that it's clearly understood. Ruth, do you want to clarify for Graham's benefit?
So, Graham, I think you're getting the two issues mixed up. There's when you're joining KEG, there's an amount that you pay. That is that will stay as is. So what we were saying, we are changing in the constitution is to say that we don't tie it down to a certain amount, flexible, to make it like don't constitutionalize it, so that times change. We may come to a point where there would be pressing needs, and we will look at the amount that we are paying now to be not sufficient enough. Or it could be even more to our members or less to our members, so that we don't have to keep amending the constitution to change that fee. So that is what we are removing from the constitution. Yeah, so we shouldn't put a fee in the constitution. I don't think, yeah, because every time you want to change or increase the fees, it means you have to call for an SGM to change the constitution. That's the thinking that went into that. Thank you.
I don't know whether, Graham, that clarifies.
Sorry, surely if you are to open on how much I can contribute, what will make me not contribute 1,000 shillings or 100 shillings? I think every society has a fee that individuals contribute, and it is mandatory in that constitution. I mean, we have AGMs every year. We can be reviewing the fee yearly, but let's have it on the constitution to compel us. We are human beings, and money is very dangerous at times.
Okay, I think we need to take A to C together, and I want to give Prof a chance to explain, but maybe not Prof. Ruth. Prof has his own questions, despite being a member of the review commission. So Ruth, could you take us through A, B, and C, so that members then feel the overall impact of the proposed changes?
So thank you. As you can see, before the meeting we had the last time, we had said that we had struck off the membership fee, and we had also struck off the annual subscription fee. Not to say that you're not going to pay, but you'd pay. But what we thought is that you don't want to burden members for every time you want to change the fee, they have to change the constitution. So do you want the fee for subscription and also for joining to be put into your document, which is a legal document, that every time you need to change that, because you know there is inflation, there are changes here and there, that every time there is that change where we need to increase the membership fee, we have to come to an SGM like we are doing now. Do you want that? Is the question we are asking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Shall review and ask members, but we don't need to change the constitution. Maybe I can pass to Ken Bosire. He was also a member of the committee.
Hello. I think C covers.
Excuse me. Can we have order? Order this meeting, members. There have been some hands at the front here. We'll hear them, then we progress.
Thank you, President. So the one-off membership registration fee. So what this clause is saying, it's membership and subscription. So you'll pay a one-off membership registration fee and an annual subscription. You know, that should stay, but with the rider that this annual subscription is subject to review or revision by the Executive Council from time to time. So what we will not indicate is what that figure is, we will be told, but we need to be explicit that it's a one-off membership registration fee and an annual subscription fee that shall be revised, blah, 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 yeah.
So it's a drafting.
Yeah, but you see, when you get rid of the annual subscription, C says the Executive Council shall review and revise membership and subscription fees from time to time. That's different from a one-off membership registration fee as A, and 2, an annual subscription fee that shall be reviewed or whatever by the Executive Council.
SG?
Yes, thank you. I think in every society we have to fix the membership, the subscription fee, the annual one, for a very simple reason. And there's a reason why sometimes these subscription is put there. The executive, you can decide, maybe the 6 of you, that this time around we are going to put it 20,000, especially when now people are approaching elections, so that you make it prohibitive for majority of members to subscribe. So we have to fix it here, so that when it comes to fixing it, you have to come to members. Number 2, you can't take money from members without putting it in your constitution. You put it there, but you put the rider that it can always be reviewed by SGM or the delegates conference. You put it there, yeah, so that you don't leave it open. You have to fix it, but you put a rider of always. Otherwise, the president will sit with you and other members of an executive next month, and in March next year. Usema kila mtu 100,000. Kama una 100,000, you're a member, you're not going to vote. Maybe you as the executive, you can afford to pay for 10 people to come for the delegates conference, then they pass what you want. So you have to put it here so that we hold those people to account who are in the office, and also they don't abuse. Otherwise, that is how we raise dictators in organizations.
Yes, yeah, I assure you, the council is made up of good people, but meanwhile, Pam, give Pam the mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this honorable member is being allowed to mislead this group. I hope you've read that document. It's very clear that the Executive Council will decide an amount and put it to vote by members. So it's not that they're going to sit in a corner, 5 people, and decide now you pay 50K and to lock out some people. It's very explicit that members will still have a role. What we were trying to cure here is a situation where anytime you want to raise that amount, you have to go through what we've just gone through to review the constitution. But it doesn't take away the power of the members to decide whether or not to increase the fees. I hope I'm clear.
Thank you, thank you. Are there any members on this side? Did they come to the SGM? You know, I can't see very well, but I hope I'm not muzzling anybody's rights. Yes. Stop. Lakini huyu ndio yule alienda against the rules. Anakuwa mtu mzuri.
First and foremost, I wanted to say sorry for interrupting the meeting, Mr. President. But I concur with what Pamela has said, and also to just point out that can I call it Article 4 on membership and subscription, as we think about it, it's important that we read the entire from A, B, and C. So maybe as we continue with the amendments, so that we do not just look at the sentence, or, when we look at, we read ahead, so that then we save on time. That is my suggestion. Because had the member read it until C, we would not be debating this now. Thank you.
Can we make sure those online can hear the deliberations, please? Technical bench, help us. Okay, I think that discussion has been useful. We must proceed. And we are doing terribly in time. I want to put this article to vote. The article on membership. Buka ushaongea. Aya, 2 hands, then we must go to vote.
Mr. President, I'm not dissenting, but I'm making a suggestion following up on what Pam just said, that we merge B and C by a simple action of saying there shall be an annual subscription fee, and then to continue the Executive Council. That is my humble suggestion.
Okay. Buka?
That's what I said. I think Dorothy has summarized it.
Okay. So we take the amendments, but somebody needs to help me. What are the amendments? Because the concerns that were being raised seemed already taken care of by the draft. So what are the amendments that you guys want us to look at? Yes, sir.
I think I'll stand guided like what Senior Pamela has said, which is okay. But at what forum will members endorse the subscription fee that is going to be passed? For instance, we are passing it here and we are not putting in a fee. We are going to have next year, January, actually it's just a month away. So how much are we going to pay next year? Once, for example, executive can sit today, then you pass that is going maybe to be 5,000. At forum, what forum are you going to put it to vote from members to decide the amount that executive may pass? So to me, I think it's good to put a figure there. Then it can always be changed, maybe by the executive, then you put it at the AGM. Because looking at even next year when we are supposed to be having elections in April, for example, are we likely to have an AGM before election? I don't know. So I think we need to look at what forum are members going to pass the subscription fee that has been decided by the executive.
Thank you. We have Graham, then we come to Pam, and we close.
I think, Mr. President, my amendment was we return the 5,000 shillings annual subscription fee subject to review.
Say that again, Graham.
I propose that the article be amended.
Which article?
That, let me just go to the specific, sorry. This number 4B be amended to read an annual subscription fee of 5,000 shillings subject to review.
Of 5,000? Yes. Not 6,000.
We can retain the 6,000, I have no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think people have eyes, but they refuse to see, so let's see for them. So this on subscription, and SG, I'm addressing you. A says we are proposing a one-off membership registration fee of 10,000. So that's an amendment. Then the second bit is that there shall be an annual subscription fee, and I want to agree with Professor Buka here, to be set by the Executive Council, reviewed by the Executive Council, but subject to members' approval at the AGM. So you asked right now, what is the fee? The fee still remains 6,000 until we have an AGM, which is going to be in April, where members will vote on a different fee should the Executive Council determine so. Is it clear?
Okay. So I think we have to resolve the matter anyway, because there's a member who has proposed that as it is, the current 4B has been deleted and a new line introduced, which is wrongly listed as C. That C should actually be B. But we have a proposal on the floor that we amend and reinstate the old B as a clause. So I need a final decision on that. Members have to vote on it, whether given all the discussions that we now have, we still need the deleted B back. The full meaning of these changes is that those new members who want to come in will pay 10,000 shillings. It was 5,000 before. And then subscriptions will now be set or reviewed at the AGM, depending on recommendations from the Executive Council. So based on that, do we support Graham's proposal that the deleted B be reinstated? Yes. If we support, kindly raise your hand.
Is that a vote? Yes.
If you support, kindly raise your hand.
Raise it, please.
Online, guys, kindly raise your hand if you support. If you support that 4B, as in the draft, is currently deleted, that we reinstate it, kindly raise your hands. (28) in person, 1 virtual. If you do not support, if you want that clause deleted as it is deleted in the draft, kindly raise your hands. We are looking at the article on membership. Under article on membership at number 4, about membership and subscription fees, there was a proposal that the current B be deleted as indicated in the draft, and that issues under that be taken care of. The next clause, which is listed as C but actually is B, that says that the subscription fees shall be set by the Executive Council and approved at the AGM by members. The idea was that that be taken out of the Constitution and be dealt with at the ordinary annual general meetings, so that it's not, we don't have to reopen the Constitution every time we need to change subscription fees. I hope you follow now. So, sorry? Online guys cannot hear. Technical bench, can we get some help? Is it any better, Mary Darajan, now? Okay, so we are looking at Article 6 in the draft. Article 6 is on membership, and there's been debate around Part 4 of that article. Part 4 refers to membership and subscriptions. There are amendments there. The effect is that we are raising, it's being proposed that the fees that applicants pay to join be raised from 5,000 to 10,000. And then number 2, that the figure of the annual subscription be taken out of the Constitution, so that we don't have to open the Constitution for amendment every time we want to revise annual subscription fees. So the drafters think that we just give the annual general meeting the power to approve a proposal by the Executive Council on what the subscription fees should be. And now we are voting whether to then allow those amendments or not, because a member has proposed that we keep B as is, which is the annual subscription fee of Kenya shillings 6,000. That we keep that written into the constitution. So if that is clear, I'll start afresh the vote on the amendment. Those who support that we override the deletion of B, and I need to be clear that if we override the deletion of B, then basically we, by that same effect, delete C, because the two can't cooperate together. Yeah? The two can't operate together. How? Yes. Come here.
Thank you, President. I think by returning on restating B gives an explanation that Pam was giving. That yes, you pay annual subscription fee of 6,000, which remains. Then the executive can always meet and review that and bring it to members. Exactly, it's just the same thing Pam was saying. Because right now, for example, let's say that this is our document, the way it is, then you accept changes. It means B disappears. So if B disappears, then at the moment we will not have any subscription fee. That's what I was asking. Because B disappears, and it means that by next year, January, as we stand, there will be no subscription fee because it has not been set by the executive and brought to the AGM for ratification. So that's what I was saying, that the way it is by restating B, give a very clear explanation what Pam was saying, that it remains at 6,000. Maybe tomorrow if executive meets, you can review it to 10,000. When we meet in the next AGM, we ratify it to 10,000. I think we are speaking the same language.
One more comment here.
No, but you see now,
I think what we need to do is that instead of voting for whether to delete B or C, is that we should now come up with a statement that will be B, a new statement that combines both B and C, so that we have an annual subscription fee of 6,000, subject to review by the Executive Council from time to time, and members' approval at the AGM. I mean, yes. So that we combine B and C, and now we vote on that new statement.
But I owe you an explanation that is what obtains today. If that is what we need, then we don't need any change on those clauses. Yeah? That's what obtains today. The only thing is, to change the subscription fee, we have to go through the strictures of a constitutional review. The changes are supposed to make it a bit easier. Yeah. So if we maintain them as it is, then it means that every time you need to review the fee, you actually go through what is required by law to amend the constitution. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the impact of either changing or not changing. Yes.
So that maybe we cure that problem we are having, then we must have a transition clause. Because it means if we delete B, by January, the KEG will not have a subscription fee. Yes, if you not have joined. Or even if you've joined, because our membership, actually the subscription will elapses end of this month, isn't it? So January, how much are we going to pay? Because you already removed it from the constitution, we have to wait for the executive to review, then we pass it in April. So if we want to do that route, then we must have a transition. What happens between now and the next AGM? So that you can sit and we have that transition. Probably this remains between now and the next AGM. Then from there, when you decide now the new fee, You bring it to the next AGM, then we pass it. But as I speak, we'll have a vacuum of how much people are supposed to pay before the next AGM. So if we adopt that, Mr. President, we have we should have a transition clause on the same.
So, SG, what are you saying? That the draft goes as is, but we include a transition clause? Or that we support the amendment by Graham? I think we are a bit in a mix-up. Yeah. Okay, Christine, then Prof, then Pam.
Thank you, President. Perhaps to try and cure this challenge that we are in, and to also take care of the issues that have been raised by SG, maybe we can just peg this on a timeline, the review of the subscription fee on a timeline, so that we say we shall review the subscription fee every 2 years. That way we know, even if we have an AGM, we don't have to go back into this, and it takes care of us to have no blank in that transition period, such that now we know if we have set it at this amount, we will pay this amount for the next 2 years. After that, if there is need, and the executive committee can now make recommendation, which now still leaves the clause that we already have there as C, the review, so that the review, you know, the executive council can decide they're going to come and bring it every other year. Every year, actually, not even every other year. And it might be a bit too much pressure on us. And thinking about it, even with inflation, 2 years is not a very long time. We should still be able to sustain that for 2 years, and then now we can review, so that we always are aware and alert as members that I have paid this much this year, I have paid the same amount the following year. The other year, I have to be alert to know there is a likelihood it could go up or go down, for that matter, depending really on what's going on. So I think if we peg it on a timeline, it will help us with the transition issue as well. Thank you.
So Christine, just before you give the mic, so what do we do to the draft to achieve what you're suggesting?
We retain the subscription fee. We retain B, okay? So we retain B, and then in the C is where we'll say shall review subscription fee every 2 years, so that we even know, even the executive council knows when they are going to do it, as opposed to it's from time to time as need arises. I mean, you get the point. Yeah.
And in B, do we put the figure?
You see, B remains as is.
Okay.
Yeah, B remains as is with the figure.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Because I'm sitting where Prof was, so I become
okay.
a Prof. Thank you. I think we are all speaking the same thing, but there's a small misunderstanding, and that's why we have been belaboring on this point for too long. My proposal will be we combine A and B, so we have membership and registration and annual subscription fee, both in one clause. That is the 10,000 and the 6,000. And then we retain C to address PAM's concerns on the reviewing and approval by the AGM. So we have A and B in one clause and retain the amount. That is 10,000 for membership registration and annual subscription of 6,000. I don't know, that may cure the confusion that we have here.
Thank you. Pam, you had your hand up.
So I'm not a legal mind here, but I'm just wondering, if you retain an annual subscription of 6,000, 2 years from now, if you don't amend the constitution, how will you deal with the fact that the 6,000 still remains a figure in the constitution? So I want to take it up from what SG suggested here, that instead of a transitional clause, since we are as good as an AGM here constituted, we approve the amendment to the Constitution where it says the Executive Council will set a rate that can be passed at an AGM. And once we amend that, then the Executive Council can propose a rate and it is passed by this AGM. That will be the interim until the next amendment. And I'm also thinking we could include what Christine has said, that maybe every 2 years it can be reviewed. So then that comes under C. I hope I'm clear.
The only challenge we have, Pam, is that the agenda as declared did not include that. Graham, is it very burning? Because we are living on borrowed time. Our guests are becoming restless. So we need to progress. So
Sorry, Mr. President. I don't know why we are so rigid about amending the Constitution. I believe a Constitution is written to be amended. Even if it's 4 months, we can still amend the Constitution. That's the fruits of democracy. But we must have a figures to guide us. So that tomorrow you might be a good person. What happens if a dictator steps into that office and decides, I want to reduce membership to my friends? Yeah. So let's have a figure that's going to guide us in the Constitution. If the Constitution is not functioning, we take it back to members under public participation and we rewrite it again. There's no harm.
okay. We put it to vote. Nganga, sorry. We put it to vote. The reinstatement of 4B. The reinstatement of 4B. And I still hold, and I think it's sound, that if you reinstate B, then we don't need a C. Yeah, because C is just how the constitutions are usually reviewed. So once we put B, to amend B, you still go through the usual paces. So you don't need to repeat that in C. Yeah. So those who support the deletion of B, kindly raise your hands. Sorry? Of B, 4B. It's currently deleted in this draft. We have a proposal from Graham that we reinstate it. We reinstate clause 4B. Annual subscription fee of 6,000. So if you support that proposal, kindly. Reinstatement of B. So that we have a figure now. Yeah, so that we now have a figure in the Constitution on how much to pay as annual subscription. Yes. Carry your hand. Carry your hand. Online guys, please. If you want 4B reinstated, currently it's crossed out, meaning that it's been deleted. Kindly raise your hands. We have 2 online. How many in person? $30. So 3 online and 30 in person. Thank you. Hands down. Now those who don't support the reinstatement, those who want the figure not to be in the Constitution. and therefore don't support the reinstatement of B, kindly raise your hands. Those who don't support the reinstatement, kindly raise your hands. So there are 6 in person and 2 virtually. So 33 against 8. So the motion is carried, and B is now back. Oh, sorry. Those who are abstaining. Those who are abstaining. Online guys, if you're abstaining, please raise your hand. Those who are abstaining, kindly raise your hands. Those who are abstaining, have 5 in person, 0 online. 5 in person, 0 online. So the motion is carried. Article 4B is back, and C is therefore deleted instead. So we have the subscription fee spelled out in the Constitution. For clarity, if we need that changed, we go through the motions of review. Thank you. Now I put the entire article to a vote as amended. So those who, no, there is all these things. Yeah, those who are in support of all the changes proposed under 1, ordinary members, 2, honorary members, 3, associate members, 4, membership and subscription fees. If you are in support, kindly raise your hand. If you're in support of those changes, kindly raise your hands. The entirety of changes in Article 6, that is membership. Raise your hands kindly. Counters. That's what we've been discussing.
Chair, with the permission.
Ikuja hapa kwanza.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, President, my understanding is that that matter actually is dispensed with, what we are voting on, isn't it? So we've gone to members.
No. We were voting on the amendments to the draft. Now we want to carry the entire article.
The entire article, because I think there are some other areas that I think we need to discuss, especially on membership there. Ordinary members who cease to hold editorship positions will remain in the guild until the beginning of the next membership.
Which clause is
that? That is G.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't believe that when you leave newsroom, you cease to become an editor. Given that this is a membership organization, so long as your subscription is up to date, you will remain a member. Not that the membership is based on you being attached to the media house, because right now, looking at the realities in the industry, actually we're having this discussion yesterday, and chances are that we may have members who are out there more than those who are in newsrooms. So I think the membership should be based on those who are up to date with their payment, like it happens in other society.
Fair enough. Francis? Okay. Ganga? So, Eric, to be clear, you are rejecting the amendments under G. So you could actually, okay, fair enough. Nganga?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just need a quick clarification on whether editors, emeritus, honorary members, and associate members.
Which clause?
H 2 and 3. Whether those members have voting rights.
Sorry.
Whether editors, emeritus, honorary members, and associate members have voting rights. I just need a clarification before I can vote.
Or is Ruth or Prof? Ruth, kuna swali hapa. Do honorary members or associate members have voting rights? Prof ako hapa.
I think that is, or what the practice is, that honorary members and associate members do not have voting rights. Yeah? That's the practice, I think, world over.
So clarification given. Any other intervention? Any other intervention? Team?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want this clarification. Why would I pay 10,000 membership fee, pay 6,000 annual subscription or any other figure determined, and then I don't have voting rights?
Okay, so I think that's for information. You can take that on board as you vote for either to keep or reject. Yes.
I want to propose an amendment. I don't know how it will be phrased, but to include what you call original sin, for lack of a better expression, provision, where if you were an editor before and you leave and go to do other things, either you go communication or you do your own businesses or you sell charcoal. If you're an editor before and you had joined the guild, when you leave and go to do other things, you can retain your membership without, and of course as long as you pay subscription, without being told you're emeritus, associate. So what I call the original sin clause, if you're originally an editor, I'm not saying it's a sin. So you're an editor by training and you are a member of the guild. Then you left and went to do other things. You retain a membership without being classified as A, B, C, D, as long as, of course, you retain your, you pay your membership fee. Thank you. That will be my amendment.
Thank you. Pam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's very important that the drafters of this constitution, these amendments, should try and explain what they were trying to cure with this proposal. And I think one of the things that they were trying to cure was the fact that many editors leave and sometimes they go into PR, which then becomes a conflict of interest for us as members, as KEG members. So how do we cure that? Perhaps Ruth and Prof and who else is Bosire should explain what is it that they were trying to cure with this amendment.
Bosire, umeitwa, but as you come, please give my friend here the mic. I can't see very well. Oh, Jalio. Ken, since wewe ni musika utaongelelea ukiwa hapa. Ken, you can be approaching the podium.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not proposing an amendment myself. Just like to ask about clause 4A, a one-off membership registration fee of, we're increasing it from 5,000 to 10,000. I'm sure there was some wisdom that went into that amendment. I'm sorry if I missed it, but just an explanation because it might be a deterrent to people who aspire to join the guild.
You can also deal with that, Ken, as you come.
Members, because
this becomes, because what we're dealing with, the associate members, ordinary members are the ones who pay the 10,000 and 6,000 shillings. Those ones, they don't have to be in the news. There's been a qualification what it means. While the honorary members, what we had in mind was they do not, they bring in the wealth of their knowledge into the keg. That's what we wanted to cure, that we have that, we are tapping into that knowledge and the experience that they have to enrich the guild. That's what we had, to make those distinctions, that you have knowledge that we can bring to the members, because at the end of the day, we are a professional organizations, and conflicts that can come in. Somebody can go into farming and has nothing to do with anything journalism or media. And how do you bring in? But if he has knowledge that can bring in, that's what we're trying to look at. Check out what we call conflict, what Pam has just looked at. But their experience and knowledge, whatever they have, will come into play. That's what we were trying to look at. Prof, you want to look at? Yeah.
Could you deal with Jalia's question? What was it? Why 10K, not 5K? Membership fee.
Yes, they don't.
No, you guys were right. Yeah. If we delete this one, you guys, yes.
And Jalil was saying we are increasing because the last time we did this is also to taking care of the realities of our times. Yeah, that's what it is. This constitution has been here for about 4 years, and that's the realities, the reality of what we are.
Thank you. Yes, SG.
Okay. Thank you, President. I think with rejecting the amendment that is in G, it takes care of the concerns members are raising. You may decide, even you could be in newsroom still, but you don't want to actively be involved in the activities of KEG. You can decide to take the back seat and become an honorary member. That means you do not have voting rights, and you can't vie for a position like Prof was saying world over. Or you could be maybe an editor, you've retired in my village in Alego, but you want just start following what Editors Guild is doing, but not so much active. So long as we delete this issue of that it was in G, that if you leave newsroom, then after 1 year, then you can't be a member. I think that key was what we are trying to discuss here. So long as you pay your subscription, you pay your the joining fee, you remain a member so long as your subscription is up to date.
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying, that you choose to be an active member. And that's why we have all these categories of members. Okay? Okay, Mr. President, you can take it. There is
Is it very burning, Francis? In the interest of time, we can...
And Mr. President, if I may, being a member of KEG is not by dint of your own position. You have to, that's why we are coming in, you apply for membership. And those are the categories that will have to be looked at. It's not that it's automatic. This is by choice. And you apply and we take you through the normal process and say, we have accepted you. And those who've joined recently, you know the requirements, you have to apply. And then people second you and then say, you qualify to be this.
Okay, we must progress now. We have a proposal to delete the changes under G. If I got you right, SG? Yes. Yeah. So we'd like to know whether that carries favor with the majority of members. So those who are in support of that deletion, kindly raise your hands. That the proposals in 4G be amended by deleting all of it. Raise your hands if you're in support. Counters, help me. Changes in 4G. to be deleted. Sorry, it's 1G. 1G, sorry. Under membership, Article 6, go to 1G. The changes say that ordinary members who cease to hold editorship positions will remain guild members until the beginning of the next membership cycle, when they will be considered for reassignment as associate or honorary membership. So the proposal is that we delete that recommendation. If you're in support, your hands up, please. And you put only one hand up. I've seen a couple of people. Online, show us your hand if you want that change deleted. $39 in person, 2 virtually. Hands down. Now, if you don't support the deletion, which means you want that bit included in the changes, please raise your hands. Okay, how many? 3 in person, 1 virtually. 3 in person, 1 virtually. Those those who wish to abstain, hands up. If zero and the motion is changes in G. Propose the entire membership as amended. We have 2 amendments. 1G deleted and instead deleted. Those are the amendments on the floor. Then we voting Article 6 on membership as newly drafted. Please raise your hands. And please raise counters. $39 in person, 4 virtually in support. Those who don't support, those who reject the changes in their entirety, please raise your hands. Counters. 0 in person, 0 online. Abstentions. 0 in person, 0 online. The motion is carried. Article 6 on membership approved with changes. We now move to Article 7, the Executive Council. I hope we can all see the changes. Why is it a change? Why some of it a change? Any interventions on 7, Executive Council? Anybody would like to weigh in, propose any amendments on the floor? Raise your hand if you have 2 slots. Okay, there are no amendments on the floor. We now put it to a vote. Those in support of Article 7 on the Executive Council as proposed in the draft, please raise your hands. Article 7, the entirety of it. Yes. If you're in support, please raise your hand. Article 7, counters, help me. Sorry? Those in support of Article 7, the Executive Council, as spelled out in the draft, please raise your hand. Oh, but Graham asked for amendments. Okay, yes. Mike, to the back, please.
Sorry for being late, Mr. President. I would like to move an amendment to include 4 council members to take care of the county radio stations and the local media, so that this guild becomes complete and we don't lock part of our society out. So I'm proposing we add 4 council members to take care of the local radio and the local media to be part of the council. Thank you.
Under which clause?
Under 5(1)(c). Kindly.
Okay, 4 council members to take care of. Just explain what the mandate of the 4 for the benefit of those.
The mandate of the 4 is so that we also take care of the local media in the counties, so that they feel part of the guild if they are members of the guild. Yeah.
Okay. And the question is, why 4? Why not 10 or 2?
It is at the discretion of members to decide, but I'm proposing that we give them at least more than 2 slots. Huh?
Okay, let's take a couple of reactions, then we vote on it. Yeah. So, Moses and Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we even go to the issue of representation by county radio stations, my concern is on Article under the Executive Council, that is 2. I have no problem with 1, the constitution of the office and all the representation. But 2, I think we're jumping 2, and it's very important. The president and vice president shall be elected by members for 1 term of 5 years. They shall not be eligible for re-election. Currently, the president is elected for a 2-year term. After the 2 years, if they don't perform, you can throw them out, or you can re-elect them for another 2 years. So full term service, if re-elected, is 4 years, not eligible for re-election, isn't it? The amendment here is 5 straight years, no re-election. So we should look at that very carefully.
So Francis, what do you propose to fix?
I propose we retain the status quo. 2 years, no re-election. You're 2 years eligible, another 2 years, that makes it 4 years, not eligible for re-election.
So no amendment on term is short, okay?
Thank you. Francis has already said one of the things I wanted to say, and I agree with that. Number 2 is on Article 1, talking about community radio. I think we already have a radio representative, and that takes care of including community radio. I don't think we need to amend that.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
I just
through the chair, Wanagushu.
Oh.
Yes, but now you have the floor.
Okay, maybe on the 5-year term, I would want to propose an amendment. We make it one term of 3 years. So that it takes care of one thing, you have enough time to implement your plan, agenda, and on the other hand, you don't overstay, because I think 5 years is too long, yet 2 years is too kidogo. So we make it one term, 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanyama?
Mr. President, I propose the retention of the current status quo of two years subject to renewal. Kwa sababu, if you've not done anything within 2 years, honestly, even if we gave you a whole century, hutafanya. That's in my view. But then also, subsequently looking at B, it says to qualify for the Guild's presidency, the candidate must have served for at least one term as executive member. What informed this? I believe we are a democratic society and we are able people who can lead. If we've been leading newsrooms, then this should be open to members, in my view. This should be open to members. Nipigie makofi.
Thank you. We have Samuel Kigamba with his hand up on the virtual team. Can maybe give him the mic.
Three-year non-renewable term for the president. 3 years, non-renewable.
Thank you. Francis? Hold on. Francis' audio is not coming through. Could you?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Francis, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
For those of us online, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, Francis, you are
Even
audible.
Yeah, Francis, I can hear you as well. Oh, thank you. So I was saying we retain the status quo of 2 years, renewable through, of course, an election. And in this case, the reason for this is that it is an evaluation stage of your performance for 2 years so that you can seek a mandate to get into another year. Because without an evaluation stage, the possibility is that this person may have nothing to motivate them to deliver. And secondly, I want to support the argument that we should not tie election of the president and the deputy to being an executive member, because the executive membership is limited in membership. We can't all be executives, but I may be having potential to become president or deputy. So we need to remove that aspect of tying it to being an executive member.
Thank you. We have SG, Rosalind. Is that Susan? Yeah, Susan. Anyone else would like to contribute to this? Yeah. Huh? Millicent, yeah, in that order.
Okay, thank you, President. I want to move an amendment, and just, I don't know whether Ngushu had moved an amendment or you were just speaking, because I want to move an amendment alongside the thoughts that you have, that we amend clause 2 on the president and the vice president who shall be elected by members who serve for a 5-year term, non-renewable, and we change 5 to 3, and for this reason, it's important that as members we be fair to the president who is taking over office, who is going to come in, understanding how KEG operates. Because number one, we heavily, almost around 75%, I can be corrected, but I know we heavily rely on partnerships. Here, a president comes in, then you want to gauge the performance of the president, start looking for these partnerships, probably like our elections come in April. You may come in when maybe the funding circle of the donors actually has elapsed. You have to wait for another 1 year to start negotiating, or even if you're negotiating for partnership, some of them go as long as 1 year. Then 1 year is gone, then you say, now for this 1 year, this guy has not done anything. But the guy has come in, there are no resources. The guy is trying to run up and down to look for resources. When he finally gets the resources, maybe after 1.5 years, say, but you had 1.5 years, you didn't do anything, and members will be very harsh on you. So I believe that if you give the incoming team 3 years, maybe 1 year you look for friends, partnerships who can support your agenda. Then from the second and third year, you implement. On that, you'll be fair to that president. But a president who is coming, because if you look at other societies, and when we're having that discussion like with the LSK, these are the guys who have got already well-established sources of revenue. Because like I think we were discussing about the membership subscription, in LSK for you, every year they renew your practicing certificate. And there is a fee attached to it. And also, they also have other investments. So when you are coming in as a president of LSK, already the resources are available. You just roll out your programs. As KEG, when you are coming in, number one, first of all, start looking for the resources. When you get the resources, then you start working. So you give a president 2 years, then after 1.5 years, or maybe 1 year, you're still trying to establish friendship. Then you start gauging that this guy amekaa kwa ofisi in pesa yetu tu nakula, but this guy is really working. So I really plead with the members that if we think that 5 years, which even me I accept 5 years is a very long time, and that one will be trying to bring up dictatorships, maybe we reduce, and President, I'm moving an amendment from 5 years to 3 years.
Thank you.
Next.
I think next was Rosalind.
Okay, thank you, President. I think I also share the same view as the SG, that we reduce the term to 3 years, renewable ones. The reason is that the executive is the one that is carrying. Okay, so mine is renewable ones. The reason is that the executive carries the vision for the association. So when they come in and you just give them 3 years, like SG saying, one off, then there is a strategic plan that they are supposed to implement. So how will we gauge them? And this is a case where they're coming in once, they are delivering and leaving. So I think 3 years renewable once will give them an opportunity to actually also be evaluated by members, to tell members what they've done in the 3 years. Thank you.
Susan?
Thank you. I propose that we retain the 2 years renewable, and we are actually coming from such a term where we evaluated the current president at 2 years, and we found that he was actually, he deserved to get a second term, and we gave him a second term. I believe that the membership of KEG is able to spot potential, is able to give opportunity where there's effort. So I am not worried about someone who has not actualized the entire vision that I had at the beginning. So I honestly feel that 2 year renewable is safe for all of us, and 3 year term can be long if the president in office is not delivering. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Millicent.
Yeah, I think I support the last speaker. 2 years renewable is good enough. If you have a leader and in 2 years he's been able to prove himself, you give him a second term of 2 years, that will be enough. That we have somebody for 3 years and is not doing well in office, it will be a terrible term for the guild. So we have the chief executive who will ensure that there is continuity, and we also have members. So I believe 2-year renewable should stand for us. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We have 3 proposals there. One is that we keep the status quo. 2, that we increase the term from 2 to 3 years, renewable ones. And then 3, that it be only one term of 3 years. So we have 3 options. Oh, then there is a draft. Yeah, then there is a draft. So we have 4 options here. Do we vote for them all together and the best one wins? Or, but what does 1 by 1 mean? Yes, Bwana Wakili, kuja hapa. This is where you go for division.
No, it's not a presentation, don't worry. No, it's not a PowerPoint presentation. I just want to be able to make reference to the... I suggest we do, President, we do 2 things. The first, draft proposal, which is number 2 there, that says the President and Vice President shall be elected by the members for 1 term of 5 years. That shall not be eligible for election. So we either adopt or dispense of that clause first. And then we decide we have voted this way. If we have voted to retain it, then the rest of the conversation doesn't apply. But if we get rid of it, then now we go to what are the options. And that reduces our options to the 3 that have been tabled. The first one of retaining the current clauses as they are. 2 years renewable ones. The second one, 3 years non-renewable. There was that proposal. And then number 3 was 3 years renewable ones, which makes it 2 terms of 3 years each, total of 6. So I suggest, President, what we do, let's deal with the draft proposal first, which is do we or do we not support this clause? And then after that, depending on the outcome, then we can have the rest of the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Emeritus, any reactions to that proposal? Any reactions to that proposal? Yes, SG?
I think, President, we already set a precedent here, whereby a clause is put to members. If members have got issues with it, they move amendment, and we vote on amendment. Whether if amendment pass, then it goes through. If amendment does not, then we revert to original, because we already had the procedural way how we've been voting on different clauses.
Yes, Francis, you have. We can't hear.
What Eric is proposing is exactly what Linus has. There was an amendment that we raised it to 5 years. That's a motion right now on the floor, isn't it? So that is what we vote for first. The 5 years. So if
that maybe we ought to do is agreeing that this clause should be reviewed, isn't it? I think there is that general, I mean, it's a consensus, okay? So after we've agreed, why shouldn't we just put the other ones into, you know, we vote? I mean, I support what Linus was saying.
We'll come to you, Komchetsi, but first.
Yeah, I think let's keep to the procedure that you've gone through, all through, that when a proposal comes to the floor, there are proposals to amend it. And then we first vote based on the proposals made. Then we move forward. If really the proposals to amend it are upheld, then it cannot even be put on the floor here. Thank you.
Thank you. Komchetsi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I was just saying that following the procedure is important. So I was saying following the procedure is important. So you have a proposal. If there are members who have made amendments, proposals for amendments, we vote on the amendments. That's the first thing you do. If the amendments don't succeed, then you are left with the skeleton, the skeleton of the proposal. Then you put that skeleton to the vote. So it's actually the reverse of what Linus was suggesting.
But I think, thanks, Kwamchitsi, you see, we already have an amendment, which is an amendment from 2. Yeah, we already have a proposed amendment. And that's why I think Linus is right, that we must dispose of this amendment before we introduce new amendments. You see?
No. What is being said is that since morning, we've been amending the draft before voting on it. The proposal on the floor is that now we do the reverse. That we vote on the draft, then come back. So what I'm hearing is that the people who are saying we have to be consistent in procedure. If we are amending clauses before voting on them, then we need to keep to that. But then there's a proposal from Linus that on this one, we do it differently. What do members feel? I see a hand at the back. Oh. It's not, in my screen, is not, nothing is showing.
Daraja's hand is up.
Oh, okay, Daraja, you have the floor. Mary Daraja, please unmute.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I think procedurally, when amendments are floated on the floor, then they supersede the proposed amendment, and therefore what we are supposed to vote on is the amendments that have been moved on the floor. Because when we vote on the principal amendment that is now the 5-year, we vote on it and we reject it, then at what point do we introduce the proposed amendments on the floor? So I think procedurally we are supposed to vote on the amendments moved on the floor of the House.
Okay, decision. Can you hear me? Yeah. So we'll go first with the amendments, agree on how to amend the clause, then come back and vote on the clause. That's what we've been doing. We stay on track with that. And we have 3 proposed amendments so far. What I wanted some views on is how to handle the 3, because the 3 are mutually exclusive. If one wins, the others must lose. Yes, can Dorothy provide some wisdom?
Mr. President, I think your wisdom prevails here. We vote for each of them and you don't vote twice. So you say 2 years renewable, hands up. 3 years renewable, hands up. 1 term of 3 years. And then we tally. We see where the majority is.
Thank you. So we are voting on the amendments. And what has been invited here is a division, in short. We can do a division without having to move. But we need 3 counters. I think we have 3 counters. Topista, you want to speak? Okay. And guys, you know, this thing was supposed to watch 1 hour. We'll do the editor's ball at midnight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clause 2 says the president and vice president shall be elected by the guild's members. Is the term of 2 years? They shall be eligible for re-election for a second final term. So if we are retaining that, why are we choosing to retain that? Yeah, because there's another clause. We are jumping that and going forward to the other clause of the president shall be elected by members for a term of 5 years. So if we are going back and forth. So can we follow the because then we will find ourselves going back again to say that then we had this.
I'm
so
not
can
sure
we
I follow.
be guided? What I'm saying, there's number 2, which is the current situation of
No. Number 2.
Number 2, the president.
1 term of 5 years.
No. The one of 5 years is not in red, and it ought to have been in red. But that number 2, before you get to the president, the issue of 5 years, the number 2 that is red, just the the number, says the president and vice president shall be elected by the guild's members for a term of 2 years. They shall be eligible for re-election
Which draft are you reading? Which draft does he?
What article? This is.
Oh, there's another draft. Okay.
This is the correct one, eh? It's 7.
But is this?
There's a draft that was shared this morning. Is that what you're looking at?
Okay. Then I stand corrected.
Thank you. Maybe a final comment, then we put the question for the amendments.
Thank you, President. Me, it's just on a matter of procedure. And even when you look at, even when amendments are being done in Parliament, we vote, first of all, we are amending like the amendment that had moved. We are amending 5 years to 3 years. Then we vote on that. If the motion wins, we vote on it as amended. If what I'm proposing is dropped by members, then we go to what is being proposed here, 5 years, so that we do not vote in blocks of those who want 5 years, those who want 3 years, those who want 3 years are renewable. So we amend it stage by stage.
So that one is aligned. So I think the mere fact that we are discussing this means that there's a wish to amend the term of these two offices. Oh, we don't take it. Okay, let's go to a division on how to amend two. And we can divide 3 ways, eh? Oh, 4 ways, sorry. 4 ways, sorry. There's 2 years renewable, 3 years renewable, 3 years non-renewable. Then there is as is in the draft. Yeah. Kuja hapa.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I disagree that that would be the correct procedure. I think you deal with the amendment without doing the proposal. Once you finish with the amendment, then now you can come to the proposal, because now you'll have a solid proposal. But if you put the proposal and the amendments, you create an unfair competition. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, you have somebody online. Go ahead, Francis.
Sorry, let me come back again. I was this clause, so we vote for an amendment of the clause as is.
So we are starting with amendments to that clause. Then we come back to the substantive clause as amended. So the first amendment we have is to change 5 to 3. Fair enough? Yeah? That we vote whether we want to change 5 years to 3 years. We can then vote whether we want it renewable or non-renewable. So first we vote whether we want it 5 or 3. Then we'll come back again and vote whether we want it renewable or non-renewable. Yes. Yeah. Then, depending on how that ends, we'll have a new draft, which we vote upon. If that draft wins, it becomes the new reality. If it doesn't, it reverts back to the current status quo. Does that sound like a fair way to proceed? Fair? Yes. Okay. So the first thing is to take a vote to amend to read 3 years, not 5. So those who would like us to change that to 3, please raise your hands. Those who want the number 5 changed to 3, please raise your hands. No, we'll come back to that bit. The length of the term, 3 years. Counters.
No, so wamesema 3 years non-renewable. Kwanza ndio wana. No, wamesema anaanza na 3 non-renewable. Hiyo ikipita.
So 5 on the floor and 6 on the virtual space. Those who don't want that change and therefore would rather it stays 5. Okay, I can hear loud consultations. Sorry? No, you can't. They said it's going to be unfair competition. Huh? But how do you amend if you don't put those who want it not amended and those who want it amended? Yes. Come here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies for speaking many times. I heard members making two proposals for amendments. The first proposal was to amend to 2 years. So then there's another proposal to amend to 3 years. So those are the competing amendments. In the event they do not succeed, then we go to the proposal from the committee and we vote on it. But we have not dispensed with those two proposals. We dispensed with those two proposals. When we finished with them, if they actually those proposed amendments are defeated, then we are left with the proposal from the committee to vote for it on its own merit as it is. I don't know if that makes it clearer. Thank you.
But how? Can you stand there and say how?
Yes, thank you. So we have already taken a vote on 3 years. We bank that. Yes, we can take another vote on 3 years renewable. We bank that. We take another vote on 2 years renewable, which was the proposal from the floor. We bank that. If any of them succeeds, then that becomes the proposal that the plenary must now come back and vote for, which is that now adopted.
How do you know they will have succeeded?
The only way you find out about an election is you subject the membership to an election. Because otherwise, my diviner grandfather would have helped, but he's not alive.
So, no, wait. So the one that got the most votes is seen to have succeeded. Is that the view?
Mr. President, in my view, I think if a majority of the members vote to support a proposed amendment, then the amendment has succeeded. Once the amendment has succeeded, then now the chair would be required to put a new question, which is, this is the new proposal to amend the constitution, and the plenary would now be required to take a new vote on that.
Are we agreeable?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we start from the top, from what Komchesi has said, because the first vote was based on your instructions of it's either 5 or 3. We didn't have the other option, so you start from the top.
So what Komchesi is proposing is a division. That we put all the horses on one track, and the one that garners the most votes is deemed to have won. Am I Sorry?
In a sequence.
Yeah, that can be. But you see, you can't vote for. Are you saying people can do multiple voting? That I can vote for 3 and 2? I can. How? You can't. You can't have a situation where one person votes more than one option in that arrangement. Yeah, it's not decent. It's not right. So what stops from us from all voting for it, for example? Higher. Any new voices? Well, that's what I told them. Let's have Francis, Nganga, then Graham.
Honorable delegates, nafikiri ni kutoelewana tu, but from the position that the president had already started with, we will vote all of them. He had already put the question on 3 years, isn't it? Which got 5 votes, isn't it? Then he was going to put the other one on 3 years renewable, isn't it? 5 will be the last because there are amendments to the 5, yes. Isn't it? It's got to be the first or the last. For me, I believe it's got to be the last. Yes. Yes. Once all these amendments succeed, then automatically
changes,
collapses. Yeah.
Nganga, then Graham.
Mr. President, sina maoni kabisa, kabisa. Just put the question to us.
Mr. President, kindly, we must follow procedure. We cannot have two amendments amending one article. We must vote for one amendment, we dispense with it, we go to the other one. That's procedure. So if we begin, we vote for the 3 years, we dispense with it, we go to the other one, we dispense with it. That's procedure in law. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take Martin and Linus. Linus, you want to speak? Yeah? Then those two, then I'll make a decision.
I'll be very brief, Mr. President. The fact that there are other proposals here, other than the 5 years, means that we actually have dispensed of the 5 years option. So it should never even be put here.
That's a view. Okay, Linus, finally.
It's actually a very interesting and valid view because we need to make that decision. An amendment, remember, an amendment has been brought in the draft. It's alive, it's right there, it's what's informing this discussion. Now, what I'm hearing is we want to vote on amendments, but still, right at the bottom of it, we again vote on this 5-year issue. By going to amendments, it means then that we have already said something about the 5-year proposal. And what I wanted us to do is, can we be clear on what we are saying on the 5-year proposal? If we are saying we are amending it, then let's take a vote as number 1. It's the number 1 issue. Do we want or do we don't want 5 years? Let's take that vote. And then now we are saying, okay, we have accepted it, and we go to the next item. We have defeated it, then we have to say what replaces it. And that's where the other 3 proposals then come in. Otherwise, there's something absurd about this arrangement where we are going to vote on amendments and then still say, okay, can we now talk about the draft? The draft should stand or collapse now before we do anything else. Yeah.
I have a decision. I think I've heard all the members' views, but I think it's important that we are consistent in how we approach the matters. And if we are going to deviate from the procedure we've had since morning, then we need to have a fairly good reason. Otherwise, it will seem like we had ulterior motives in changing the rules. The committee that we had went around and has come with this proposal. A few of us have different views. I think the first thing to do is to test whether those different views carries favor with a certain portion of the membership. And if more members support a view that is different to what is on the text, then that view must win. And that's the view we adopt. The complication is that now we have not one, but I think 2 other possible views. My decision is that we test each of those alternative views against the 5. And the one that wins against the 5 becomes the new draft, and we come back and vote for it. Meaning that if I don't find favor in the 3 years non-renewable, then I don't vote for it, I vote for 5. And if later I prefer 3 years renewable, then at that point, I vote for it and it wins, possibly, as an argument. But we have to test these new proposals against what's in the text, then come back and vote for the text. That's what we've been doing. From Chelsea, you're looking at me mathematically. Who understands what I've said? Linda, yes. Yes, there's somebody on the line. Let's have online first. Then you.
Yes. This is Arthur. What you are saying is right. What I think members need to remember is, if you take an option 3, renewable 3, non-renewable 2, every option is voting. You are taking a position against the 5 years. So we cannot go back to 5 years. If I decide 3, I'm voting against 5. I'm taking a position against the 5 years. So each option is taking a position against 5 years. So we move with what you are suggesting. I support that. Thank you.
Can I have the mic? What that means, members, is that assume, for argument's sake, that I am for 3 years renewable. It means that when we are voting for 5 versus 3 years non-renewable, I'll vote 5, so that the non-renewable collapses. But when we come back to vote for the 3 years renewable, then I'll vote for the 3 years renewable. The one that wins against the 5 becomes the amendment that we go with. Is this too complicated?
It's okay.
Kuna mkono pale.
Si nilikuwa sijaongea, President.
Oh yes, this Linda, then there is is that Muraya?
Yeah.
Oh, he's alive. Yeah, Linda.
Yeah, I'm with you. And even as Arthur has explained, you're saying, I have one vote. If I give it to 5 years, that's it. I don't vote again. Niko na kura moja. Hey. What's complicated about that? Just one vote. Yeah. You vote one.
Muraya.
You don't vote again. No.
Kuja hapa mbele tukuone vizuri. Make sure that your legs are also intact.
Sante Rais. I think mine is a humble request to you, Chair, because I think there's something that is coming out here, and we might tackle this issue for a pretty long while. And my humble request is, yes, we have had procedure that has been happening in terms of the way we've been voting, but then this is an SGM. And I believe you can put a vote to ask us whether we first want to dispense with the 5 years, because I think that is the issue that is still bringing confusion until now. As long as we still are not sure whether the 5 years is there or not, then that becomes an issue. So it is a plea that yes, we have had procedure, but is it possible to just put it to a vote, whether we first kick out the 5 so that we are dealing with the 2 and the 3? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Francis, Andrew, Prof, then we close the matter.
Oh, excuse me?
Andrew, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, I stand guided here. I wanted to find out if it's still possible to make a proposal on those the term limits. Is it possible to make a proposal, because we have 5 years renewable or non-renewable, we have 3 years and we have 2 years. Can somebody make another proposal on the number of years?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, actually, my proposal is that we make it 2 years non-renewable. That is a proposal I have.
Andrew Kipkemboi, you have the floor.
I'm in agreement with Linus. Linus says we have to first of all test the 5 years, because this is really the intent of the SGM. let's test the 5 years, whether it represents the views of a majority of us. If it fails, then we go to the options of 3, 2, and any other. So we create the problem. That's the statement of the problem is the 5-year agreeable to a majority of us? If it is yes, then we move on and we forget about the other amendments that are coming up here.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Francis, over to you. Francis, please unmute. Okay, we don't have Francis. Prof.
Mine was.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, to me, we should be voting, as I said earlier, we vote as to whether we are in need of an amendment in this particular clause or not the number 5. If there is a requirement for us to make an amendment, that is when now we come to vote on the basis of the numbers. And then number 2, the procedure we've been following on the other clauses cannot apply in this one particularly because there are issues of numbers, and we are divided in 3 or 4 different categories of those who support 5, those who want 2 by 2, 3 by 3, or 3 flat. And so I think that procedure that we used earlier may not apply here because we are divided. And for that reason, if I am to vote 5 against 3 and I am proposing 2 by 2, it means I'll have to abstain because I'm not part of the 3 or part of the 5, and that will not be a good number in the end for that proposal. Neither will it be for the other one, which I'll also abstain if I'm not part of it. So I'm thinking that procedure earlier may not apply here. We first conclude as to whether we intend to make an amendment to this clause as it is or not. If not, then the 5 remains and we move on. If there is need, then now we pick the proposals that we need to replace it with, meaning 5 years are not acceptable to majority if the vote says so.
I think mine is similar to what the last speaker said. So that we actually vote on what that we have here, just like what we've been doing. Do we agree with what is here? If not, then we move on to the next stage, isn't it? And we put all these proposals that have been suggested to vote. Yeah? Yeah? No, because what is here is what we are voting for, isn't it? So we start with what is in this document. Yeah? I think that's what we've been following, isn't it? And I think on that note, can we vote?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So we turn it round. If I'm reading the mood of the floor, and we start with the clause as is on the document. Vivo?
Yes.
Yeah? Then I put the question. Sorry? What does he know? I put the question. Let me put the question. That 2A. No, it's just 2. Sorry. Just 2. Actually, it's 2A. I think the numbering is a bit funny here. It actually should be 2A. That the president and vice president shall be elected by members for one term of 5 years. They shall not be eligible for re-election. If you support that clause, kindly raise your hand.
If you support 5 years.
If you support 5 years, Non-renewable. Kindly raise your hand.
Raise.
I guess it's 0.
Zero.
Okay. So we go to the next one. Are bribes allowed on the high table? Option 2 is 3 years renewable. If you support 3 years renewable, please raise your hand. Counters? We have 1 on the floor and 1 online. Then the last option. Sorry? I can't hear you. Three years non-renewable. If you're supporting, raise your hand. 3 years non-renewable. Make it steady. If you're online, please raise your hand. 3 years non-renewable.
There are 4.
4 in person, 2 online. Then there was the last one that came at the tail end, 2 years non-renewable.
Proposal by Clay.
And 2 years renewable?
Sorry? Susan, what's up? 2 years non-renewable. How many are in support? 1 in person, 1 online. Status quo does your vote.
Status quo remains.
No, we need to vote. We need to vote.
So what are the votes?
No, we need to vote. How many people?
So let's get the results from the secretary. Two years renewable is what is there. So it's, I don't think it should be put to a vote. Should it? It means the thing is not being amended. So why vote for it?
Draft, not the old constitution.
Let me put it then. 2 years renewable. Renewable once.
Beba.
Forty-one in person, 4 online. Let's get the results, because that one was complicated.
Okay, so the first one, amend from 5 to 3 years. We had 5. We had 11 votes. 5 in person, 5 online. Then 1 term of 3 years renewable, we had 1 vote in person and 1 vote online, so 2. Then 1 term of 3 years non-renewable, we had 4 and 1, so 5. Then 2 years renewable ones, we had 41 and 4, so 45.
So from the results, 2 years renewable wins out of those options. But we have one more option. Abstentions? Zero in person, 0 offline. Okay. So 2 is amended. Can I now put the substantive motion on that article?
Mr. President, there's, I think the next one that talks about candidates for Preso.
Okay.
They have to be members of.
There was a question raised to the
Yes.
committee on why they wanted, this condition. Let's hear from them.
Wanyama, I think the current constitution, if you read it, this is what is in that constitution that you voted for. That the president had to be a member, or having, the candidate must have served for at least 1 term. That is the current constitution.
No, but we can move an amendment
Yes.
to remove that.
Yes.
That I propose, we remove that clause that states that before, if you want to be a candidate, then you must have served as a member of the executive council, because, I mean, that one will be limiting people to express their democratic right. Yeah.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll put it straight away. Those in support of that motion, that qualifications for candidature as president does not require one having served in the council. If you're in support, hands up. We have 3 online, 37 offline. Those not in support, kindly raise your hands. Those not in support. We have 1 online, 5 offline. Abstentions? 0. Or 1, there's 1 online. Okay, members, now I put the substantive motion that members, having looked at this new article, could we have those who are in support as amended? Can we see show of hands for those in support? There are 2 amendments on the term limits, 2 years renewable ones, and no requirement of one having served in the council.
So, I mean, the idea is that we delete that clause. Which one? Delete? Yes.
There's somebody online. Can you give him the...
Mr. Chairman, kindly reframe the question so that we are able to follow and know what to vote for.
The proposal is the proposal by Wanyama was that this Yes, that's the question, isn't it? People want to understand why or what it is that we're doing. Yes? Yes. No, but SG asked why is it or what is it that we're doing, isn't it? So the thing is that this restricts, what? That as it is right now, you cannot stand for the president for the position of the president's guild's president if you haven't served in the executive council, which means that the president, as it is now, can only come from the existing council. Yes. And yes, those who've served, not necessarily in the current one, but you should have served, even the ones that, previous ones. And that restricts, So Wanyama wants it deleted. Yes. Yes, yeah?
Speak to the mic.
No, but
thank you, President. I totally understand what Wanyama has moved, but as a matter of procedure, like we've done with the other clauses, I don't think if there were other views that were sought. I think we just gone straight to start voting, and I believe there were some other views, probably people who could have other views on the same, so that if there are other amendments, they are accepted, or if there's no other amendment, then we go and vote on what Wanyama has proposed.
But the chair asked a few times whether anybody had views.
Maybe, but because I have an amendment, I wanted to move on the same, and I was trying to follow, but I didn't hear. Maybe I can be excused. I would go maybe to grab something out there.
You're excused. You're excused. Please give SG the microphone. Oh, okay. It's moved on.
On Wanyama's proposal, if we adopt it, we risk having somebody joining 2 months to the elections, and then he will be a member, and then he vies for the president. So we will have a stranger who has just been a member for 2 months, being a candidate, and he has a possibility of winning. So my proposal will be, if we adopt that, then we cap it. One must have been a member at least 1 year, which means he has attended even a previous AGM and he understands the guild, as opposed to having somebody just walk in 3 months or 6 months to the election and then he goes to the election.
Okay, Bernard, we hear you. Any other? Linus, and then SG, and then Kwamchetsi, I think.
I think when I understand the problem and has been stated, but I think we need a better way of curing that problem. And the better way of curing that problem is introducing eligibility clauses on who can run for president. Because the assumption that you have been an executive member is enough is not right also. Can we also expand that space and say what constitutes eligibility for a person to run for election, so that we can take care of that, where someone comes and their only purpose is to win the election. In fact, there is something else we also need to do in these eligibility issues. Remember, during elections, and you will see it next year if we don't fix it today, we tend to mobilize, and there's this sudden surge of registration, mass registration of voters, that precedes the AGM. We need to cure those things. Again, we need to all go with that spirit that we've said we are not really, we are a non-political organization. So some of these nasty political tactics, we should treat them now here by introducing an eligibility clause where it says who runs for office. So it could be an active member. We can have that discussion, but we should not restrict eligibility to the proposal here, which is
executive. I think first of all we need to dispense of that. It's a bad idea, but we need to fix the problem in better ways than that. Yeah,
I think we've dispensed of that. And Linus, just before the microphone goes to Masai there, what exactly are you suggesting? I heard Bernard say at least 1 year. Is that acceptable? Or at least, yes?
I
Okay,
have a
maybe 5
proposal,
years. Okay.
Mr. President, that what we have deliberated on here on the Constitution has gone through a process. It has not just been brought here, like this motion has been brought here. So I propose that this matter be referred back to the committee for a discussion in another meeting. I will tell you the reason. We are trying to lock out a situation where even waiting one day, even government, because it has happened in the past, can get someone to be president of the guild quickly in this process. This clause that we are changing here quickly opens windows for anybody else to come and be president of the guild. So, and because you have not thought through this, including the eligibility that my brother here is bringing in, and I don't think here we really even have the time, because of our program, to engage with those nitty-gritties that require to be proposed, to be thought through. Let's not hurry this thing. Why are we hurrying it, members? So we can pen this and get it back to the committee for our next meeting. We have an AGM in April and an election in April. So, okay. Thank you. But whatever we do then, let's not open doors, windows for everybody to come and lead the guild. Thank you.
Okay, shall we proceed the way we had initially, whatever, and then we can come back. It was SG, and then Komchesi, and then we can go to Tanui, and I think Christine's hand.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, President. Just to assure Wanyama that that clause actually was not meant to lock out potential president of guild or those who want to become the president of guild, but I know it was put there as a way of ensuring that we cure the problems which Linus has said, the problem which my senior Martin Masai is saying, so that if I have interest in guild or someone who has interest in guild comes in March next year, he pays the subscription fee, he pays the membership fee, or she pays the membership fee and subscription. Then the person offers himself or herself for election of the guild without the agenda of members of the guild. This is a person who is coming in for his or her own agenda. So the same way we have the mechanism of vetting who becomes a member of guild. I was told it is a tedious process. I don't know, President, if someone can just take us through of just becoming a member of guild. It's not as easy. You just walk in. But now the president, we are saying that a president, you can just come from nowhere, register, become a member, then you're allowed. I think we must have those breaks to ensure that by the time someone assumes the office of the president of guild, this is a person who has been tested, this is a person who has been vetted, is someone whom we can actually vouch for. So based on that, if we were to revisit that clause and we remove it to cure the problems of Wanyama, I will go the Linus way. Who is eligible to become the president of guild or a member of executive council? So we can say that for you to become a member of guild, you must collect 2/3 of the existing signature from existing members for you to qualify to vie for the position of the president of guild. But just allowing it, removing that one, and giving it a blanket, it happened. Only that we wouldn't want to mention the names of the politicians who are trying to impose then it was the chairman, where they will mobilize, go to eligible members, they pay for them membership fee, then they come in as voting machines to put in the person who the political class wants to be in the office. So I think if we remove that Wanyama, and I also, maybe we can go the Masai way or look away, but if we remove that, we must have how we are going to cure that problem so that we do not get people being imposed to the leadership of guild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to appreciate the way that you have led us since morning. As my Secretary General can attest, the Kenya Union of Journalists at some point was taken over by one of us, and it became a whole issue. I think for 2-3 years it wasn't operational, and there've been similar other challenges elsewhere. So if I keep on going back to these issues of procedure and what the minutes ultimately record and how we conduct the business of this plenary, it is also part of that burglar proofing of the institution. I can hear what my colleagues are saying about burglar proofing the institution so that you don't have people parachuting. But also, and I would like to thank you and congratulate you for the manner in which you have led the procedure. And I know that we are tired, but it's very important to follow procedure, because if you don't follow procedure, you create an opening for somebody to challenge the decisions that are being made here. The moment those decisions are challenged, then you are placed in a fairly precarious and risky position. That's just the only contribution I wanted to make. That it's tedious, but it's very important for us to be able to even follow our own rules and to follow the correct procedure, because in the event, I'm not saying that any one of us is going to do that, but in the event that somebody feels that they are going to challenge, and we are living in interesting times, things are changing. So if this becomes one of those things, I would really be very concerned and afraid that this becomes a point of weakness. Thank you.
Komchesi, I have a lot of terrific respect. So just allow me to request you, Komchesi, to, now that you've built that momentum, can you focus it on this specific issue we are addressing?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would propose, if you permit me, to proceed in the following manner. You have taken a vote. If you have taken a vote on an issue, you record the outcome of the vote. And then you subsequently move on to the next agenda. Because if we reopen an issue that already has been voted on, then procedurally somebody comes and asks, then where was the proposal to reopen? Because you actually must reopen. And we also, I think as members, we have to be procedural and ask the president, is it possible for us to reopen? Do our rules permit us, once we have taken a vote on something and we don't like the outcome of the vote, do the rules permit us to reopen something and say, let us reopen this and discuss it now? Yeah, that's just the
Thank you. That's what I wanted you to get to, so that you don't take advantage of our low sugar levels. Okay, Linus.
Thank you, Linus. Thank you, President. Members, I like the discussion that is going on. And I think that word that Kwamchesi has used is very important, and we need to think very seriously about it. Burglar-proofing keg. I was in the President's first, I don't know whether to call it council, but the first structure that has brought keg to where it is today. I can tell you here without fear of contradiction that the first challenge we faced was surrounding just that particular aspect of who becomes president, etc., etc. Because there was external meddling that was sort of coming, and it was being camouflaged in a very interesting way. We live in Kenya, and we must accept certain facts about our behaviors as editors, as professionals, just as Kenyans. Money speaks, people. And one of our members here is going to be influenced and become used to come into that loophole that we want to leave open, and they will become president of KEG. From that point on, you will have no KEG. And I want us to think very seriously about it, not necessarily saying that we are putting that this person comes from the council, present, past, or so. But remember, we don't want to do what Chebukati outfit did. Closing eyes or putting a screen on a background check. the level of commitment of whoever it is that becomes president of KEG must be something that every member can speak for and say, this one I can vote for because I know his commitment and I know his dedication to the organization. Otherwise, we will leave it to wishy-washy guys, people who will come with their own agendas or driving other external non-members' agendas, perhaps even the political class. Because of where we are right now, we have drawn the attention of the political class, and they want to come in and infiltrate and do what they want to do with it. Therefore, we must really burglar-proof KEG to a level where it is even difficult for them to infiltrate. Takes them more than even just 1 year. Takes them through the whole ranks, as in you come in as maybe a junior editor, ndio upande. By the time you have reached those levels where you can run for president, even if it was to be converted, you have been converted to become KEG Damu. We need to really think hard about it. Go backwards and have a look at the interests that were coming up. I don't want to just refer to the election period, but even before that, there is a lot of interest in KEG. And we really, if we really want KEG to remain, we cannot let the work that has been put by this council and this president to just be washed away in the river like that. And then we will be looking at KEG and saying, we wish. At that Diani convention, we wish we had thought about it. So let's do that. It may look like we have a short time, but if we are focused, we can actually hack it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Think Prof had given who? Nilikuwa nimepeana hii power to somebody. Huh? Oh, you're giving you the floor. Okay, so.
I just want to follow up on what Christian is saying, because really we should now move to we are all speaking the same language. We are speaking eligibility, and now she added something there which I like, burglar proofing the guild. Masai, you are concerned about taking this back to some brainstorming or thinking by committee. I want to suggest we can do it here. We can help each other. AGM is the highest organ of the group, so I think this is the best time we can do this, and we can do this really quickly. President, I want to move an amendment to 2A. Now, I think let me start with what Kwamchetsi had expressed as a concern. Are we reopening an issue we have already voted? I think we are not reopening, because we already took a vote, and the vote, if I followed it right, actually deleted clause 2A, which says to qualify for the guild's presidency, the candidate must have served at least 1 term as an executive council member. And I think we defeated that. It was defeated. Majority of people said, no, we don't need that. Now, President, I want to move and introduce an amendment that brings about the eligibility of who runs for president. We can choose how to draft it. It can be 2A, but it can also be an independent number like 3, so that everything else moves down. And I want to propose that to qualify for the guild's presidency, the candidate must have A, been a member of the Editors Guild for at least 3 years. B, the candidate must secure the endorsement of at least 15 editors to approve their running. 15 members. Yeah, 15 members. And C, that candidate must meet the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. I move, President, that we introduce an amendment to replace what we voted down, which is we removed the Executive Council member bit. Now let's try and bring in a burglar-proof amendment. I move, Mr. President.
Thank you. Could we take reactions? Tanui, Aduda. That's Aduda, right? Yes. Graham, Topista, Eric. In that order, then I close it. Yeah? And if you could please make it quick and to the point.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, Kaikai has preempted me, but I just wanted to use an analogy. You know, when you are burglar-proofing a house, you must also have an exit strategy in case you are in danger in that house. And that's why when we put grills, there is one which you can open, because they could come a time you must take off. Either there is fire or something. So he has taken literally the words from my mouth, but I only think 3 years is a very short time, maybe 5. The danger with burglar proofing, the way we're almost doing, will take us the Kotu way, and then we keep asking, why is Atwal still the president, the secretary general? Because Kotu and NAT have a rotational at the top. You could not, all of them, you either served as a secretary general or a organizing secretary or treasurer. Look at Ambrose Adongo, Nganga, and the rest. So there is, what we are looking is a middle ground. So I am just food for thought. 5 years, I think, is good. Thank you.
Graham.
Thanks, Mr. President. I think I support the 5 years, moving it from 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
Simply for purposes of dedication to the work of KEG.
Thank you. Thank you. So if your point is already made, please help us save time so that we not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to support Linus, but make the following suggestions. 15 is an arbitrary number. You know, it depends on the number of members. So I think we need to put a percentage, because if the members come 1,000, still have 15, it doesn't become rational. So let's talk of a percentage. Added to that, there's something Linus said alluded to. Also, we need to include an eligibility or suitability of council members also. We've talked of the president. What about council members? So I think we need also, either on that same clause, say, to be eligible to the president or council member, so that we capture that. Thank you.
Mwalimu, can you propose the percentage?
A third.
I give the floor to Rapuro online.
Thanks, President. My hand has been up for so long. I had a procedural question. Now that we have gone so deep into this discussion, my look at what document is before us is that there is a committee that had worked on the draft amendments that we are voting on today. As a matter of procedure, I am not sure that all clauses are up for amendment. Yeah, because this one we are discussing currently, it does not look like it's one of the amendments that were proposed in the draft document. So, if we are a house of rules and procedure, are we saying that all articles of the KEG Constitution are on the table for amendment? Because this particular clause is not new, it has been there. And it is not one of those that were proposed for amendment by the committee that worked on the amendments.
The constitution makers, Yash Palgai, amekimbia hapa. I gave him the seat for a few minutes and he was sweating. Ruth, do you want to help? Ruth, do you want to respond to Rapuro?
It's true, as Rapuro has said, that clause was actually not touched by the committee that sat. However, I'm informed by my seniors here that a special general meeting is, any issue can be brought up by members. That any issue can be brought up by members and should be deliberated and disposed of. However, it feels like we have gone back like several steps back because there's a committee that sat. No one engaged the document at that point and brought it forward. So we are like, doing things backwards when we should be looking at progressing. So I think that's sort of a clap back to members. When documents are shared, please engage with them, interact with them. There are some people who are seeing this document today for the first time. And that's why we are going into 2 p.m. and haven't deliberated on and disposed the issue before us. So yes, it's the opportunity is here. We can discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd given some people slots. Wameongea? Francis and SG, then we close.
Francis. Just on the issue that Rapuro has raised, in making laws, you can either submit a written memorandum, which some members did, or you can make amendments on the floor. Even if something was not set for amendment, but a member feels on the floor that there's need for amendment, you can amend it on the floor. So I think we are on course.
Asante sana wakili. Last comment, SG.
Thank you, thank you, Chairman or President. I'm just moving further amendments to what were proposed by Linus. Instead of 15 members, we say 25% of registered members. Or we say that members who across 25% of ordinary members, isn't it? Across, because across all across. No. What I'm saying across, because there are some people who are not attached to any media house. That's why I'm saying 25% of the entire membership of KEG. Then further amendment on eligibility, that any person who wants to be the president of Kenya Editors Guild must have demonstrated commitment to the work of the guild by participating in its activities maybe for the past 3 years. 5 years, the first 5 years, but who has demonstrated? Because sometimes you can be a member, yes, but even this AGM you've never attended, any activity you've never attended, then you want to become a president of KEG. I think what we do is you must have demonstrated commitment by participating in activities of KEG for the past 5 years to the elections.
Francis, online.
Okay, without adjusting to those proposals, I'm in agreement with Linus and the SG. What I was suggesting is maybe without dismissing the intentions that were there of making sure that you are an executive member, we can introduce it as well as an amendment and say that you must have been an executive member or a member who has been active for the last 5 years, so that we are able to take care of the executive aspect, which of course was intended to show that you have some experience and understanding of what the role undertakes. Whereas if you've not been in the executive, you'll have an experience of 5 years as a member to understand what it takes to be a president or a deputy president of the guild. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if there are more hands here. Rapuro, is this a new hand?
What other amendments do you want? This thing is old.
Maybe it's an...
I have an addendum to that.
Okay.
Aspect.
You have the floor, Apuro.
Yeah, thank you. There were two aspects to this burglar proofing. Number one was on the side of the candidate, but there is also the other side that Linus talked about, the side of mass voter registration just for purposes of winning the election. How do we cure this? My proposal is that for someone to be a voter at a subsequent KEG election, they must have been a member for at least 1 year.
Thank you very much. I'd like to put this amendment to a vote, but I have a small complication brought about by Aduda and SG on the threshold. 30% versus 25% of supporting members. Which one do we go with? So do we vote on that first? Or can the two proposals have a consensus? Eh? Let's hear Martin. Come here, come in front.
I know, as you speak about those percentages, there are things that this gentleman will not speak about, but I can speak about them. So that I am not nominated by a membership of the media house I work for. Because some of these media houses may be having this percentage. One media house may be having 25% of members. So let's be clear in this amendment that you must have that nomination from right across media houses that are, or organizations, so that I'm not fronted by my organization. We must cure that, so that we also stop a situation where the president shall only come from one media house all the time. Sorry to say that, if I've offended anyone.
Thank you. So Martin, are you introducing another eligibility clause? And how does it read?
That
we have three, so you have D.
Yeah, the nominations shall come from right across membership. We probably need to be clearer about across, because our membership is drawn from media houses largely, but we also have freelancers out here and in the academia. But I don't know how then we capture that you must have nominations not just from the media house that you belong to.
Who can help, Martin? Pam?
Thank you, Mr. President. I really fear that we are pushing ourselves into a corner where nobody will ever even manage to be a candidate, leave alone to be elected. Because my view is that if you get nominated by only your media house, but there are other members who will then reject you at the election, so why should we make the bar for just contesting so high that nobody will actually make it? And when you say should have support across various media houses, are you talking about the big 5 media houses, or are you talking about the 100 and something media houses that are represented within KEG? So I don't see how that is going to be a criteria. Sorry, Martin.
You want to withdraw it? Come here, so that is quick.
When you have strange voices, you rather speak from the edge so that you can very easily exit. So let me use this position. I don't think that requirement that you be as a representative as possible would just make it difficult for someone for the eligibility. I don't think only that requirement that you have nominations from right across would be raising the bar to any level that would lock out good people to lead the guild. Let's adopt inclusivity in the leadership of the guild. Inclusivity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, President. Now that is my amendment, let me further defend it. I think what should happen here is that all members of guild, they have the same rights. Whether you are 10 in one media house, whether you are 20 in another media house, the rights are equal. And also, I don't think if it has ever been demonstrated that if we work with you in the same media house, I like you. And it has been demonstrated, we can work in the same media house, but I don't like you, so I will not vote for you. It has happened before. So I think we are just trying to tie our own hands. We can work in the same media house, but I don't like you, I will not vote for you. It has been demonstrated, even last election, we had 2 candidates from the same media house. And it didn't mean that all of them were liked by their colleagues in that media house. So the voting pattern shows you that we can work with you in the same media house, but I don't like you. So what we say is we get 25% of all members, and we allow members to enjoy the same rights. Whether you are a freelance, but you are a member who is fully paid up, or you are attached to a specific media house, the rights are equal.
Thank you. So that we are fair, I think we first test that aspect of diversity, then we come back to the substantive amendment, and we see whether it has favor. Then we come back to the article, and we close this window. Agreeable? Members, are we together? Hello? Hiya. So first we vote to include or exclude Martin's proposal. Can we have those who are supporting showing their hands? Counters? Where are the counters? How many votes are there? Martin, in 30 seconds, there's a request from Millicent. She wants to know what you said. And come here so that you can be stoned.
You're setting me up. Yes. Okay. My proposal is simple. That we get out of this situation where I'll only have a chance of being president of the guild because I come from a big media house. I may very easily have the membership in the place I work just to get me that nomination without having go to any other media house. If the membership feels that is good, well, then we stay with it. But it's an evil.
Martin, please frame the clause.
Provided that in those nominations, that you have your nominations from right across media houses. That if I belong to Nation, I don't have 100% nominations from Nation.
Sasa tupe draft ya hiyo.
Tumesema right across media house.
Right across
across all media houses that make up
right across all
media houses that make membership, so that if I want to be president, I'm able to go to KBC, I'll get to Standard, I'll get to Citizen Royal Media, I'll get to small.
Millicent, are you okay? Now we can vote.
Chair.
Yes? Let's vote, please. Can
Chair, President, I was just going to say that we are here as KEG members, not as media houses. And when we come here, we vote as members. You can get nominated, but you may not get elected. So being nominated and getting elected, those are two different things.
Thank you. Those who are voting to support Martin's proposal to be included in the proposed amendments by Linus, please put up your hands. Counters? How many are there? How many? The counters, how many are there? 8. And 2 online. Those not supporting, hands up. Those not supporting, hands up. How many are there? How many? 17 in person, 2 online. So, Martin, I think we work a bit more on that. Yes. I move to the next step, which is to vote for the inclusion of the eligibility clause with the provision that one must have 5 years membership, must have garnered support from a third of the bona fide members, must meet the threshold of Chapter 6 of the National Constitution. Those in support, kindly put your hands up. Oh yes. Then the fourth one is that commitment to, yes. Okay.
How do you define participation? And how do you measure
records from
But one would argue you can participate, but the participation is even inconsequential. Yes, you have to put something to it. Yeah.
You know what we are saying, eligibility, that one we are gauging someone's ability to lead KEG. Yeah, because you could be a member of KEG for 5 years, but maybe you even don't know what is going on in KEG because you don't even attend meetings. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Can we first vote then for inclusion of SG's proposal? Those in support, hands up. Okay, how many? Eight. 8 offline, 4 online. Those not in support, hands up. Those not in support, hands up. Counters, how many? Can they leave the WhatsApps for a minute? Oh.
People on WhatsApp and they're voting twice. Yes. Please repeat the question, President.
SG has proposed an inclusion in Linus's amendment that one of the requirements for eligibility be that you have been an active or a committed member demonstrated by your participation in KEG events over the last 5 years. So the question is, those in support, and we got 8-4, I think, or we can take another vote. Yeah, so if you're in support, please raise your hand. So a few more have joined the 12 plus 4 online. If you are not in support, hands up. Not in support, 21. Huh? The counters are...
No.
Okay.
We're not tired.
So 21, 22 plus 1 online. So unfortunately the motion is not carried. So we now vote to the Kaikai amendment. Those in support, I hope we all remember what it was.
Yeah.
Those in support, hands up. Huh?
Those in support of Kaikai.
Sorry?
Hands up.
Yes. Tuache WhatsApp kidogo so that we close this in 10 minutes. Yes. Those in support, hands up. How many? 41 plus 1 online. Those not in support. Those not in support, hands up. One.
Yeah, 1.
1 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 0 offline, 0 online. The motion is carried, so we can take that to replace the 2A. Yeah. I now propose the substantive Article 6 motion on the Executive Council as amended. The first amendment is the term 2 years renewable once. Second amendment is the deletion of the requirement that one must have served as a council member to be eligible to run as president. That is deleted. The third amendment is the inclusion of the Kaikai eligibility clause with the 3 children. And I propose the question, those in support, hands up. The entire clause now. The entire article, sorry. Yes, Article 7, Executive Council. I'm reminded, sorry. I'm very, very sorry, members. There's a vote we haven't taken on the county, the expansion of the Executive Council to include 4 new members by Graham. So maybe we can quickly vote on that. Those in support? Graham is proposing that we increase the number of council members by 4 and offer those 4 to regional radio stations. So all that was canvassed already. So just vote, just take a position. Those in support, kindly hands up. Regional radio, we discussed, Nancy. Those in support, kindly hands up. 3 offline, 4 online. Those not in support? Those not in support, hands up. Iko ngapi? 20 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 1 abstention. So the motion falls. Then we go to the substantive one on Article 7, Executive Council. Those in support, kindly hands up. The overall article, those in support, hands up. Executive Council, Article 7. We are voting on the overall Article 7, the Executive Council with the amendments, with the term limits, eligibility, the removal of those conditions, inclusion of new requirements. 33 offline, 4 online. Those not in support, hands up. Those who don't like this article and don't want it as part of the Constitution, 0 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 0 offline, 0 online. Article 7 as amended is carried. Article 8, officers. The amendments are highlighted. Any proposals to amend on the floor? Going once, going twice. Na mtoke kwa WhatsApp, usiturudishe nyuma tena. Gone. I put the question now. Article 8 on officers. Those in support, kindly raise your hand. Those in support? How many are there? How many? Sorry? 24 plus 3 online. Those not in support, hands up. Those not in support, 0 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 0 offline, 0 online. The amendments are carried. Article 9 on committees is as is. The change there is mostly editorial to include the word constitute under number 1. Any amendments on the floor? Going once, going twice. It's gone. Those in support of Article 9, hands up. How many are there? Iko ngapi? $33. Those not in support, hands up. Oh. Zero. Online 13. 0, not in support. Abstentions? No, 2. There's 2 online, not in support. Then abstentions? 0 offline, 0 online. Article 10, Secretariat. Spells out that the chief executive shall be the head. That's the only amendment there. Any amendments on the floor? Okay, we put the question. Those in support, hands up. Those in support, hands up. How many are there? 37 offline, 3 online. Those not in support. Those not in support, 0 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 0 offline and online. Article 11, meetings. All meetings? Yes.
5 years. That special meetings of the guild may be called by any member at any time in writing. Shouldn't there be a procedure that spells out? Because any member, you know, that's leaving it too open. Oh. Thank you. Basi nisipoteze muda. Wacha nisisome.
Okay, for me it was the second under the meeting. Sufficient notice shall be given prior to any meeting. What is sufficient? Yeah, it's a bit vague.
Okay. Wenye kujibu hiyo maswali wako hapa, nitawaita. Keep asking.
Sorry, it is. Oh.
Can I? Chair, Preso, if you allow me.
Yes.
What Madam was saying here is substantive. That issue number 5. Special meetings of the guild may be called by any member at any time in writing. Because even if you read it from 1 up to this point, this is now special meeting. Does that mean SGM? In any organization, there are procedures for doing that. Because I can just sit and say, I do a writing, and then we all convene. I think there's a problem there. Thank
the
you.
drafters are here. I'll be calling them short while to explain. Yes, Linus?
President, let me start there with the number 5. It can be very easily be cured by saying a member can petition the executive to hold the meeting, as opposed to directly. Imagine Ngangambogo ameitana Kilifi. He's a member, and yeah. So that we avoid such absurdities. And then number 2, and I mean it literally, the Article 11.2 sufficient notice, let's be specific. It has to have days. You can work with 7, 14, or 21 days. We need to just make a resolution here that then decides what that means. And then the president shall, in consultation with the executive, set the date. I just lost my point. I'll come back in a short while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I call the review committee to respond to that? Nancy, you had a comment? As the review committee wakuja hapa mbele wajuu mastaka.
Number 7, the hours for meeting shall be fixed by the president. I don't know what that was supposed to mean. Kama leo tumekaa hapa the whole day, is this part of the discretion of the president?
In terms of the executive council on when and where to meet, must that be in the I doubt. No, it's even indicated here, executive council shall meet at such times, and yeah, if you look at the first one, those are their own internal meetings. Why should we constitutionalize that?
You're referring to which number?
If you look at, oh, that one remains the same. The hours for meeting shall be fixed by the
proposal is to delete it. Francis, is that the proposal?
I don't think we need it there. You have rules and regulations that govern your meetings. So constitutionalizing this, it's not necessary.
Thank you. Aya, Ruth, Ken, Prof, could you please respond to these issues, starting with Prof here? Ken, huyu jamaa amegoma. I think he was. He had switched on Zoom.
The sugar levels are down. I think what Linus moved, we set the days, and then I think we can put that petition instead of petition, just changing the wording, instead of kuchoma masaa ku vote.
Yes. Francis?
Okay, my proposal is an amendment of the first line on meetings. Yes, it is supposed to be as it is up to at least not less than once in 3 months. So I was thinking we also need to give a limitation of the upper number of.
Francis, which number are you referencing? I think we've lost Francis. So, sufficient notice. Do we have an amendment there?
Kaeleweka, nimesikia watu wamenyamaza ama ni line yetu imepotea.
Sufficient notice. 21 days, eh? So if an important matter comes up today, we give a notice for 21 days and deal with it. Because there could be emergency meetings. Special meetings, how do I amend that? Kuja hapa bwana wetu. Mimi nitatengeneza hivi vitu.
I think colleagues
Kuja hapa, so they hear you. Go there so that they can hear you.
Colleagues, I wanted to point out that this sufficient notice, which we shall change to, or ought to be changed to a 21-day notice, shall be issued for member meetings, okay? Because the other one is cured by meetings of the council, can be called any time by the president. That's already cured. Yes. So this is for members' meetings. 21-day notice. Yes. I think special AGM is 21 days, isn't it, as well? Yes. Yes. It's good? Let's vote.
So these are general meetings.
Mr. President, members meeting.
Yes, Juma.
Kuna mic. Number 11. Imagine if you were to allow our members of parliament to, to operate that way. We may have good guys right now, but imagine if we end up with a rogue executive that they are determining what to pay themselves from time to time, and they can amend any time that they choose to. Just have a look at that. I think, no, I just want to throw it out there and then.
So Juma, please amend it, Juma. Propose an amendment.
I don't know. I don't have an amendment right now.
SSG?
Thank you, Mr. President. Me, I just wanted to move a motion on just to review our decision and our rules. Looking at the mood in the House and also the number of issues that were contentious have already been dealt with. The remaining ones, we do an omnibus and pass them so that at least we can have time to discuss other issues in the program of the day. I'm just moving an amendment. If members can allow us to review the decision that we had made in the morning, given that the contentious clauses are already dealt with, we do an omnibus, then we give it to the drafters to do the editorial work, and we are done with this issue of constitutional amendment.
I'll take Francis, Nganga, Martin, then Dorothy.
Sorry, Mr. President. I think we need to go back to Emmanuel's point. He said he has no amendment, but it is important to have an amendment because we may have a good executive right now, but we may have a rogue committee that just thinks that so and so recently unleashed money on us, so why don't we raise our sitting allowances or whatever. I think it is important to be specific on this.
Thank you. Francis?
Two issues first. The first issue is about that the executive committee at any given time can propose the remuneration that is available. If you have served in any of the KEG committees, if you put a specific amount and you legislate it and you put it there in the constitution, you say that, let's say KEG members will pay themselves 1,000, there's a time even that 1,000 is not there. So how do you address that? And you've already put it in the constitution. At most times, KEG work is voluntary. I can tell you for that, for certain. Yes, and members who've served here will tell you have served in the committee. And most times, you'll use your own fuel. You'll use your own bundles to attend a meeting without any reimbursement. So if you say there that committee members shall be paid, let's say 3,000, you've tied your hands. When that 3,000 is not there, utakuwa na deni yao. That's issue number one. The issue of omnibus, if you look at articles from around that is 12 going downwards, there's a lot of red. And if we decide to go the omnibus way, so many things might escape us. Issues like disciplinary, dissolution. So we either decide that we finish with this article by article, or unfortunately an AGM cannot be postponed, or a special AGM. You cannot say we deal with half and we deal with the other next time. So we just have to finish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to second the SG on the omnibus voting. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that some of the things that we are prosecuting are actually in the Articles of Association. So I think if members can take some time to look at the Articles of Association, we might avoid some of these debates. And then number 3, if we have rogue officials who are spending money the way they want, we have auditors who can raise questions. So we don't have to put everything in the Constitution.
Ya mwisho hapa.
I think if I look at this number 11, there's no amendment to it, which means it has always been here. And we have never had problems with the finances and the Executive Council. So if we have never had issues, I don't think there's any reason to tinker with this.
Okay, now I want to put the question. There's a fairly reduced attention to the deliberations, and the SG has proposed that we take a health break of maybe 30 to 45 minutes, so that as Wapenda says, important details do not escape the attention of members. And when it comes back now to bite you, the register shows that you're in the meeting, but the clause that was passed is one that you otherwise, if your sugar levels were right, you do not agree with. So I want to see whether members think that's a good thing, in which case we'll take a break. If it is not, we shall continue.
Chair, shall I just suggest something?
Is it about that specific proposal?
Yes, because I think it's important. Even though Francis pointed out that there's a lot of red in the other clauses or the other articles, those reds are not as many. Because if you look at the current document, other than Article 11 as it's presented right now, there's very little in Article 12. 12, 13, 14, yes? No, 14 is actually borrowed from this Societies, is it Societies Act or something? Yeah. It's borrowed almost word for word from that, and we are registered as a society. So this one, we might not have any, any amendment to it. It's included there, and we just have to vote for it. Yeah? It's a copy and paste. Yeah. So, Chair, I'm sure this is...
what are you saying in short? That's a lot of English.
Okay. That we can vote article by article, but by going through each one of them. And I recommend, for example, some of the contentious issues.
Prof, are you saying we don't stop?
We don't stop. We continue.
Let's continue.
Because in 20 minutes, we shall be finished with this thing.
So we've had at least one argument for,
yes,
one argument against. Let's take a quick vote so that we don't spend too much time on making that decision. Yes. Those for continuing, hands up. Online, we are voting whether to continue or take a break. So right now, those who want us to continue, hands up. 32 plus 4. Those who want us to take a break, hands up. Huh? 32. 2 plus 1. 2 offline, 1 online. The eyes have it. Aya, tuendelee. The clause 11 has quite a bit of editorial work, but I think the substance is clear and also best practice. So we've had the members weigh in. So I'd just like to put the overall clause with those amendments in terms of clarity around what sufficient notice is, the suggestion of 7 days. There's need for work in number 5, where special meetings can be called by any member. I think we'll need to spell out the procedures. And I think what has been suggested is that any member can petition the Executive Council to convene a special meeting. Number 7 is deleted. That's the proposal, because it doesn't make sense. But I think number 11 is contentious, and we might need to vote on it first before we vote on the article itself. But we don't have any amendment on the floor. Juma, could you propose amendment for number 11? You want to withdraw it? No, Dorothy, your hand is up.
My proposal, Mr. President, is that we remove that from time to time. That is number 11, isn't it?
Yes.
The Executive Council may determine from time to time. I don't like that from time to time.
Okay, fair enough. So I've seen a lot of members nodding, so you take it that they're in agreement, but Komchesi is not in agreement.
The proposal I was going to make, Mr. President, is to say that the council shall serve on a voluntary basis, that there will be reimbursements for expenses.
For number 11. Yeah? Komchesi, number 11. So, members, we have a substantive amendment on the floor for number 11, that the Executive Council shall serve on voluntary basis except for reimbursements for expenses. Those who support, hands up. Iko ngapi? How many? 29 plus 2. 29 offline, 2 online. Those who don't support that amendment, hands up. Those who don't support that amendment, where's the second one? Oh, okay. 2 plus 1. Abstentions? 0. The motion is carried. 11 is amended. Now we vote on the substantive article 11 on meetings. Those in support, hands up with the amendments. Those in support, hands up with the amendments. How many? We have 1 online, 27 offline. 37 offline. That's those not supporting, right? Those supporting. Yes. Now, those not supporting, hands up. 0 offline, 0 online. Abstentions? 0. Both ways. The motion is carried. Article 12 on elections. And it simply says the elections of the guild shall be conducted according to the election rules of the guild annexed herewith as the first schedule. Iko mtu akona shida na hiyo kweli? Yes, Francis, uko na shida?
Nyabuga has ably explained that going from Article 12 downwards is mainly the practice and procedures as stipulated by the Register of Societies. So we're just adopting what must be there. So from that point, I think I agree with Omnibus.
Are you proposing an omnibus?
Yes. I'm seconding
This is what I'll
omnibus.
do. I'll give members 2 minutes to read through the rest of the document. Then we come back and vote on whether we want to do an omnibus or we go clause by clause. So 2 minutes.
The Constitution may be amended or altered by a resolution supported by at least 2/3 of registered members. Such amendments will be implemented in compliance with Section 20 of the Societies Act. Yes, no, at least 2/3 of the members, where members are involved. It's fair enough, huh? That's big to raise it. Subject to the quorum of such a meeting shall members in the event of a dissolution all the assets of the society will be donated to an association like mandate profession. Yeah? Honor? In the event of a dissolution, all the assets of the society will be donated to an association stroke like mandate profession. Doesn't it the gray hair? I mean, it's a... Yeah, but it makes sense because take for example, if cake collapses, it can donate to KUJ. Yeah, Genevieve, it makes sense. But okay. So like-minded profession. It's not in contention, am I? Yes, it's okay. Ah, yeah. So.
Colleagues, I hope that you've interacted with those clauses and that you're ready to vote. But before I allow the chair to continue with the meeting, I just wanted to point out that please remember to come back after lunch, that there are 2 sessions, 2 very important sessions that we must do. Please, please, please. I think we'll try and make them very fast. John Alan Namu and Alex Chamwada will be here to actually share their own experiences. Something that we started yesterday. So, you know, if you live in the newsroom, I think there's life after the newsroom, and those guys will be telling us their own stories. And I think those are important and will be very interesting stories, I'm sure. The other one is, of course, the refugee issue in Kenya. We've partnered with many other organizations in this country to research on refugee issues and reported issues. And we've invited our colleagues from across the borders to come also and share with us their experiences as part of work that we did with numerous organizations. So please make sure that you come back after lunch, and it will not take long. And afterwards, we'll be swimming in the sea and waiting for the gala.
Si tumesoma. I can put the question. Those in support that we go omnibus. I'm offline, so you need to check for me the votes online. Those in support that we go omnibus, hands up. (36) online, bring up. On omnibus, on whether to do omnibus or not. Okay.
Thank you, President. I've looked at the amendments, Article 14, and we've made amendments to our constitution, or proposals to amendments for our constitution. And number 2 says, all proposed amendments shall first receive the approval of the simple majority of the annual general meeting. Remember, we are in a special AGM. So what we have proposed, when does it become effective? That's something that we really must do as we are doing this omnibus. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in April and we will not have done this bit. So muchunge sana. It's good for us to know, if we go omnibus, what have we said about all that discussion we've had all morning. Thank you.
What's your proposal? Maybe the petition. Yes, I mean, I think we can cure it and say, Chair, through you.
But what informed this? I'm wondering, what does this serve? What does the clause serve?
Yeah, honestly.
What does shall first receive? Shall first receive the approval of the simple majority, yet somewhere else I saw that to amend it, it requires 2/3 majority. Ruth, Ken, na Prof, mtuambie mlikuwa nasema nini hapo?
Ruth?
This, if you look at 14.1, this constitution may be amended or altered by resolution supported by at least 2/3 of registered members. Such amendments shall be implemented, blah, 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 blah. Then you go to 2, and you say all proposed amendments shall first receive approval of the simple majority. So is it 2/3? Is it simple majority? Sorry? No, this is in the future. If the new constitution comes into force, this is what we'll obtain. Yeah? Currently, we are amending based on the existing constitution. Once this new constitution comes into force, to amend it, you'll require 2/3 of registered members. 2/3 is definitely more than
67%.
So unless 2 is about the voting for the amendments within the meeting.
So, Mr. President, probably it would be good to, of course, we know that this is from the Societies Act, but it would be good to know what it stipulates, so that if the simple majority is superfluous, then we delete 2 and just go with 1. Yeah, that's my thought.
I don't think number 2 is from the Societies Act. But the Wajuaji are here. Ken, Ruth, George.
So according to our Constitution of 2018, that amendments, Article 11, number 2 says, all proposed amendments shall first receive the approval of the Executive Council. I'm thinking this number 2 may have been typed in error. Perhaps it got lost and got there. I don't think that we have that memory that we handle the amendments. And number 1, we amended as is and should stay the 2/3 majority. Yeah. Which in the previous constitution said amended or altered by 1/3 of registered members. So we put it at 2/3 because this is a constitution. We should not make it easy to amend. I hope we can agree on that.
It actually makes it almost impossible to amend. That's the
2/3.
In reality, that's because it means that every amendment must get. Currently, we are how many? Yeah, so every amendment must get 140. If this was law today, every single amendment must get at least 140 votes to be carried. That's what it means. Yeah, and I think that what that should tell us is that the window we are using now is a final window. Whatever we put in the constitution, it's going to be very difficult to change it. But I could be wrong. Linus is here. But Komchetsi, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to propose that an addendum, when you're replacing that number 2 there, you make provision for the creation of bylaws for the administration of the guild, and that those bylaws become adopted at an AGM.
Spoken like a wise man. I see lack of lunch sometimes does wonders. Now, based on all these things you're talking about, do we do an omnibus? No, but if the registrar's law, it won't be registered without being there. Yes, David.
Mr. President, I had agreed with an omnibus, but again now, because of the low sugar levels, when I recover the sugar levels as I am, I think some things that require that we may take a minute or 2 just to go through them. And I want to draw our attention to after the article number 2, which I believe we are going to knock out, there is the provision there, dissolution, and I think it's an excerpt from the registrar's office. Now I see a figure 67%.
That's 2/3.
Is that the exact figure? 67%. 2/3.
That's 2/3.
Okay, if it is, then I rescind my.
You go back to omnibus.
I'll go back to, because I was just curious. 67% is a figure that you hardly see anywhere.
Yes.
Yes. If
That's,
it is,
that's the same figure, David, that is in 1.
Okay.
That is in 15.1. Sorry, 14.1. That without 67% of members supporting, you can't change.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. President, then I withdraw.
So do I hear an amendment in 15.2? 14.2, sorry. That to provide for the annual general meeting to set bylaws for the guild. How many are in support of that? Check online. Yes. Okay, rules and regulations. I hope somebody is taking notes. What to our Palgai committee? How many are there? 30 plus how many online? One online. Those against inclusion of that amendment? 0. Online? How many? Sorry? 0 online. Any abstentions? 0 both ways. The other issues is on the transitional and the consequential provisions. These seem like they were picked straight from the 2018 Constitution. Do we give the committee the power to just contextualize them to the current times? The one thing we need to give them is a date when the new Constitution takes effect. Can I get a proposal of what date that might be? Yes, Eric. No, they all one at a specific date.
As we speak, the procedure is until this constitution is registered by the Register of Society, you can't use it.
Yeah.
So that's why even if you put the commencement date, but it is taken to the Register of Society, then it's thrown out. You still can't use it. So we have to use the old one until this one is registered by the Register of Society. That's the procedure.
So the committee, your advice, so you align that to say the date when the registrar shall have registered it? So with those, I want to put the question whether members feel that we should proceed in an omnibus arrangement. Those in support, hands up. How many? 37. How many online? 2. So the 2 online. Those who are not for omnibus, mkono juu. 0 online. Online is 1. Any abstentions? 0. Online? None. Thank you. The motion is carried. I therefore put the question that amendments in Article 12, 13, 14, transitional consequences and consequential provisions as amended, schedules, the first schedule on elections, authority, nomination, eligibility, that those amendments as amended on the floor, shall we see how many are in support? Shall we see how many are in support? Counters? Yes, please, Dorothy.
Before it's finally adopted, it is subjected to some editing, especially there are very many punctuation problems.
Definitely.
Full stops are...
Editor in the house.
I said that before, and I repeat, yes, definitely. How many are in support, please? Hands up. 36 in support offline, online? Three online. Those not in support, hands up. You're protected.
So far, 0.
You're protected, please. If you're not in support, feel free.
So far, 0.
0 offline, online? 1 online. Abstentions? 0 offline? 0 online. The motion is carried. And that being the last motion, this special general meeting has reviewed the constitution as detailed there. The committee that was mandated with this work will see to it that members' views as shown here are accurately captured in the final document. The final document shall be shared with members before it is committed for concurrence. The agenda is over, my friend, and usually nowadays you don't agree to A or B. There's a member protesting, and since we believe in freedom of expression, we give you the floor.
I just want to be certain that as KEG we cover any loopholes and make sure that nobody uses any excuse to take us for litigation. At the beginning, we adopted to go through clause by clause. Did we vote on that?
Yes.
We did. Yeah. So is it allowed somewhere in between to now change and take some clauses through omnibus, just for legal reasons? I don't want to take you back.
We voted, yes.
We voted again. Thank you. Pamela has settled it. Thank you.
Oh, Francis, if you wanted to talk to Pamela, she's just close to you. Members, I think we were ambitious in thinking that we could do this in an hour, but it was very, very important that we do it and we do it right. I believe we have, at a very, very high cost to our program. We must also make sure that that is delivered. And we leave it to Professor Nyabuga and Professor Buka to help us go through that in within manageable time. But before we rise for lunch, there's something I should have done at the beginning, but I didn't. I'd like us to observe a minute silence in honor of the late mom of our Vice President. Then we can go for lunch. A minute silence, please. We'll all be standing. Thank you. But before you sit down, members, it's very, very unfortunate. There's one of us who, for those who've always attended these conventions, had become a fixture in every single convention. Not just a fixture, but also very, very central in the organization of how our conventions take shape and get delivered. Macharia Gaido. I'm just learning that Senior Macharia has lost his wife. And I pray that you keep it and you keep him in prayer. Maybe we could also observe a moment's silence in honor of Gaido's madam. I thank you. And fairly sad note, but that marks the end of our special general meeting. We meet back here at 3:15. 3:15, and we close with the rest of the program for the convention. Thank you.